Hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone. I think we will probably be forming Scandinavia today, but this is... I've learned that saying that we're gonna form this country, whenever we say it, we never form it. So we're not gonna say it in the title, and then we're not gonna form it. Gotta change the map stuff. I like this a lot more for screenshots, where it shows your name over your subject, the lies of your conquest hidden under the lines on the map, but let's change this back. Subject's overlord name, blend. And then we need to reload the game. Apologies. Hey George, how's it going? Do need to reload. Small little patch, mainly bugs, this type of stuff. What's the special thing about Norse? Norse, basically is... You've got a couple modifiers, for your aspects and stuff. We've chosen literacy. We actually have really high literacy. You can take a look. We're doing better than most of Europe, as everyone remembers, the Great Norse Learning. But also, we have... So this is what we've chosen for our aspect. It's really expensive to slot it out. But we get this, plus we get all of this in terms of modifiers. Pop growth's kind of nice. But the biggest thing is we could rate for slaves. This is kind of the nut. This is kind of the details. So we have like more pops than we ought to, which feels like a euphemism for something, because it is. You know. And so, we also are suffering. We suffer at the hands of our patrolling the Navy. So, let's decrease the speed a little bit. Yeah. We set this guy on to automate. I think we're gonna try and automate the fleets a little bit more, but it's just so painful because when they automate, they like don't do it correctly. They automate like to they repair is like the thing, and we need to do that because of winter attrition, but like the issue is that they don't patrol up the seas all the way. And they'll just sit in port. They will sit in the port. I think this guy, yeah. Guess we'll maybe try and pay attention to just these two. And the other ones we'll set. But, do we just have a new ruler? We have been intentionally farming this architectural visionary. There's no winter attrition mod in the workshop now. That's somewhat attractive. There's like, there's an well, some things I feel like I'm supposed to suffer through because I make videos for the game, but maybe I shouldn't be suffering through that. We're currently researching. Let's take a look. Yeah, that makes sense. And then we want enslavement, procs. Okay. The thing is it makes such a big difference, like, between 95 and, like, 100. In terms of the procs, but... We'll pip that event a couple times. We're looking for a new guy to put in charge of the boat here, because they will become our heir. This guy's already better. It's unfortunate there aren't more people with families. Or when you invite a courtier, they don't have a family. Because this does mean we're bricked from crown power characters, basically. Lawgiver is not a terrible modifier, but it's not one of these long-term modifiers like the prosperity one, which is what we're currently have, or on our other heir, or the monthly dev one, which is going to be the best one. So that's why we're inviting characters. We have a bunch of CVs. Okay, let's check antagonism. So we prefer just to attack into Novgorod. Let's see if we can get this guy out and then just like full annex Novgorod or something. Okay, so once we get an event twice, now we have 39 of this, and then we're just gonna click the button. You know when 1.1 is releasing as a beta, not as a beta? They said by the end of the month, so they're running out of time before what they said would not be the case. But I do believe the plan was towards the end of the month, so I suppose this guy's better than what we currently have. And since we are an Admiral elective, and we slot that guy out, this guy will be in now. Having to click that event is the cost or the punishment of us getting to have free stuff up there. I mean, to some extent also, maybe we will put in the no winter attrition mod. Because there's other mods that we don't have a problem having, like auto expand, which for me is like, I think if you're trying to like manage the economy closely, like the game's like kind of unplayable without it. Granaries kind of effectively give flat pop growth, which is really good in low pop areas. We don't have any growth from what is it, available land, because this is in the Arctic, but we still have 0.56 growth. 0.23 is from the food storage within the province, because we're building granaries up there, so everyone knows that the best place to store your food stuff is in the refrigerator. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Okay, cool. This is also something we want to pay for. If I recall correctly, we don't have super good opportunities for profitable buildings. This is cows, right? Yeah. We gotta assign some new hotkeys, actually. Do we want to do that? Well, maybe we do that off stream. Do you know at 1. Let's see. That's what I thought. I hope it's as soon. 1.0.11 feels like a different game almost. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that just feels different. It's like, it's so weird to try and talk about the game when there's like a divergence. This was one of the issues I had before release with talking about game balance with Playmaker. Because I was on the nightly version. I think we'll go with this guy. He's slightly worse at the other stuff, but yeah. The percentage modifier on the free folk, I think, is not as bad. Like, them getting percent power is not gonna affect their power as much. You can store food like a meter underground up there year-round. They actually import, export, and they actually impact the price. Yes. They adjusted it twice. They adjusted it once where it led to a little bit of silliness, and then they fixed the silliness. We're actually getting a decent chunk from trade. Also taking a look at the food. Wow, they're both making almost the same amount of food. I thought I hovered over the same market. We're pretty set on food. We wanted to annex this guy. This guy's got silver. He's got the goods. We have our ruler in charge of our army. No, but maybe we should. Let's get a replacement architectural visionary first, because he is more likely to die when he's leading an army. This guy's good and all, but he could be better and all. Prosperity, I think, is not quite as good as the architectural visionary. We have been doing this for some time now. And here's the dev map mode, which is a little bit better. Doesn't look like we're rolling architectural visionaries, though. We've also dev provinced a little bit. We've dev provinced this area. So it's actually turning into pretty valuable stuff. Do we not have pound lock canals there? Or do we just get eligibility there? We need a city. Which means we need a war. We need to take slaves. At the start of the campaign, I didn't see you build any settlements, and Sweden can build a lot of them. What's your opinion of the building is worth the investment? It is. It's expensive to like spam them at the start, but if you take a look here, we've built most of the settlements we can. Not quite all though. Sometimes that's from like newly finished colonies, but we have built it all that we can. We'll give the event twice. There's iron output. Iron output's gonna be fantastic. A big portion of our economy right now is iron. Let's look at the Sweden market. Let's just look at quantity. Yeah. And so with that 75% extra output, what's it trending towards now? Is it not updated yet? It's not updated yet. Now it's headed towards 1.2. And because that's so dramatic, it's going to be really valuable for us to be building trade. Just checking to see that we have our... Let's do this, and then let's rake back the ones in Sweden, because they are not quite as good there. And then build some more on the outskirts here in the Swedish market. Still have to resolve the market access up here somehow. Not that we need good market access, but we need more than 1%. That's actually kind of like what we want, is to just have 1% up here and not have to build another market. But I don't know if we can... I don't know if we'll be able to get that. I don't know why I'm trying to click through all of them when we could just click escape when we're done. Alright. current successor. We don't actually need the higher attributes, although we're sorted by higher attributes. Don't see this too often. I guess it's only we can roll once we're in this age. That's interesting. Lawgiver is also a pretty good trait. Our last guy rolled Lawgiver. We were very happy about him, and then he died, which we were less happy about. Did they silently nerf the roll chance of this? That'd be really cute if they did. Any mod for Army Navy to display how many units recruited simultaneously in one location? Not that I know of. Clicking on the provinces manually on the map feels super bad with responsiveness. Interesting. Why are you taking your devotion? The penalties for low devotion are just like nothing. We would rather have minus 5% estate satisfaction and extra money. So we could pay for keeping our devotion at 100, which would require this much investment. We'd rather have double the income. And this is one of the reasons to flip theocracies, because you don't have to pay for the slider. Although there are a lot of ways to get flat devotion or government power of various sorts, and we're not utilizing any of those, which we would if we were intending to pay for it. Because if you get the flat amount, you can ignore the mechanic as well. But we also get that event over and over, which is just like, it makes it so we can never have prestige, because it's nuking our prestige, but our prestige is just at 0. And then we get to just click this a whole bunch. And by doing this, we have been able to intentionally, because we're an admiral election, choose our leader, and just choose for that one trait over and over and over again. Which is kind of a silly play pattern, but we haven't been able to roll it in like 50 plus rolls. So I'm not sure what's going on here. Volgast out. Volgast is still in. Don't really want to fight Volgast at this juncture. I think we have a claim on this gentleman. We could fight him instead. Austria is unlikely to help. The Goon Squad would actually be able to do it. We culture converted these guys to Swedish. We have. Looks like they're still converting a little bit though. One of these days I'm just gonna misclick that though. We do want to put the governor over there, or move the governor from here over. Don't pay much attention over here though. Let's get a dock and stuff for this. Masonry. Continue to struggle with masonry in the Riga market. It's not our subject. Our subject controls the location in there. Masonry for the masonry god. We're building that because there's stone in their province. We don't really care about extracting the value from that ourselves. It's not as important as just there being stone. Surprised our trade profits aren't as high. Republic just might be a lot better. I think in multiplayer Theocracy is going to be better, but... Gonna try and form Great Britain or Russia. We're gonna form Scandinavia. I don't know if Scandinavia is the best tag for us to form. Aren't labor buildings based on province RGOs? Excuse me. They are, but not if it's a town, or not if it's rural. Oh wait, province RGOs, sorry. Rather than market RGOs. Yeah, it's, the fact that this province has stone is why we want to build masonry in that province. There's a market up here somewhere to be made. We could maybe start thinking about that. The issue is we need areas to have 1% market access. But also the locations here are so bloody large that, like, the market that we make is not going to be very good anyway. But I'm thinking, like, somewhere around here. Maybe even right here. Wait, why can't we click this? Ah. Well, if we annex them, they won't have that, right? Alright. Sorry about that. Market in North Sweden is not worth it. There's nobody there. It's free RGO though. Yeah, the thing is I want there to be more dev. I guess, so here's the thing. The reason to do it is because market villages will not give the additional burgers if there's less than 1% market access. I guess we can burn that bridge when we get to it, because we don't even have market villages everywhere. Right? But these are effectively giving us development. I think there's a harbor there. No. We like the funds. We like the funny money. At a certain point we want to grab that just for the research speed. Oh, we won a native policy for the trend to serfdom, I think, right? Yeah. That's what we wanted. It's all coming back to me because we wanted to swap this out for the serfdom one. Because the Admiral election thing, really cute, really nice that we get to get this monthly development modifier. It does mean that we are terrible with crown power. So we see our auto guys going back in the winter. How are the ones that we're not micromanaging? Yeah. You know what? We will concede a moral defeat here and just have these patrol that one C zone and accept the fact that they're never going to get the things to 100 because, yeah, it is silly. I wish I could, like, shift click this. It's kind of silly, though. This entire play pattern is just very silly. Give us our dev province, guys, so we can stop paying attention to this, please. I don't want to think about it anymore. Did they kill the roll for it? I bet there's a requirement to roll it and I don't know what it is. Feels bad. One thing that settling the north does for us, though, is that we don't get pop growth in the Arctic. So we're sending our pops out there, but we get the flat pop growth from, like, granaries. And it allows us to apply a much higher rate. You can see, like, basically half of our development is coming from architectural visionary here, too. Nine locations versus 12. 12's so many. That's why we're deving this. Like, eventually it's going to be worth it for us to move the capital to over here, Congola, which I think is the best spot for it anyways. Because then it'll be next to all this. It's a bummer that the RGOs in there aren't better, but we're in danger of losing our great power status, oh no. This is what we wanted though, the 0.05 towards serfdom. What? Why is our trend towards... I guess if we're backsliding, we want to not be. But we can't do it because of reasons, yeah. The auto slots out, which I think overall is a good thing that they auto slot out, but it's obnoxious here because we can't use them to just maintain. Architectural visionary, please. We could just say that the prosperity guy's good enough and shrug our shoulders. You recommend making colonial nations or keeping land for yourself? You should make colonial nations, but it's kind of close. Actually, now you can, like, cheese a governor, I think, into the New World. Which is probably the way to do it, I believe. My understanding is it only checks the requirement when you build the building. Or there's some funny business. You need to keep the thing as an exclave, but you could move like your capital to the New World, build like a naval governor, and then move it back. Something like this. I haven't double checked this, but this is my understanding. Yeah, the forest plus Arctic is so brutal until we get a road connected up there. Then it starts getting a little bit better. Maybe we should be a little bit more focused on the roads. They're so expensive. We want the burgers to pay for them. The prox is coming along quite nicely, though. Switch God after getting printing press literacy? Maybe. For the pop growth one? Are you gonna move your capital convola? Why are you deving that province? Well, so deving this province because it doesn't decrease with the number of locations you're deving, and so we're just deving a province that has 12 locations. So, like, per cabinet action, it's giving us more development than anything else. Do you have a heuristic for building granaries? Well, you have to make sure you keep the masonry up to be able to sustain it, but granaries are really good when you have low pop, and then they're not as good when it's high pop. You need to annex them or withdraw it? Yeah, I think that annexing them is going to be more straightforward at this point. But, we could probably just get on with it, to be honest. Now, Volgast is out, so it'll be very straightforward. Except the Hansa is kind of spooky. They don't really have boats, so I don't think we need to pay attention to that. I'm trying to think if the Goon Squad can do it. We also have to be careful about this. These guys can get separate pieced. Oh, it's already down here. A little disorienting. So we just need to pay attention down here is the thing. Don't auto-expand on the paper. Riga. In particular, if you're playing in Iberia, it also changes it a bit, because the lieutenancy building is just kind of absurd. And if you have that, then the entire discussion changes. I don't know if we want to go inward or outward. I'm kind of thinking since we're going to be getting a lot of the tech, and we are having difficulty with ground power, we're going to go inward. Cool, so let's do that. This guy had a cabinet. That's one of the reasons we weren't doing as well. We don't have the... Or, we had a guy who was 100 and head of cabinet. Now we don't. I think this guy, the man thinking trait is pretty good too. Yeah, research speed. If it were the case that research speed scales in a funny way, I wish it scaled a little bit differently. You have access to so much percentage modifiers, after a while they just all kind of feel dead. And also, it feels like you can get all the important tech no matter what anyways, and you don't have to make as many choices. Yeah. Okay. I forgot we took this. You want a castle there? I don't think we could really defend it that easy. Thinking we would maybe ally them. I guess we just won't put the ruler in charge of the army right now. Do you ever hear this? Will you colonize the world, or at least a new world, or at least Cuba? Yeah, we're actually working our way there right now. I colonize, like, in every game I can. I really like colonization. I mean, imperialism. I mean, like, for me, that's, like, one of the things that really attracts me to EU5 in general. 3 explorations is maybe a little bit expensive. It's this guy that we want to annex? No, it's not. Oops, is this galleys? Do you have a galley, sir? You do have a galley. Sorry, we were just kidding. We didn't mean it. Just kidding, we meant it, and you lose? Gonna levy from Riga here. Or we kind of have a little bit more pops. We also have slave raiding. Which will be nice. Is there a hotkey for merged strongest? There's not. We have the hotkey for merge, but we look weak. Womp womp. We don't have the cannon, any cannon tech yet. Castles in coastal provinces is really good because the troops don't lose morale if you transport them by boat. Oh, interesting. New stream, why are so many subjects? Won't you be getting okay naval proximity? The subjects are integrating the provinces for us. They're flipping people Swedish as well. And they're converting them to Norse, but we care less about that. Because we can convert people really quickly because we're a theocracy. But it's mainly the integration and flipping stuff to Swedish so that it can be cored rather than integrated for relatively free. Let's... What do we got in charge over here somewhere? We have, yeah, peasants can lead. The only class of character that can't lead our armies and navies for us is the clergy, which is unfortunate because I think we have clergymen that are have the trait that we're looking for, which is this one for the people just joining the stream. We're admiral election, so whoever's in charge of that boat becomes the next heir, and we're trait maxing. We're trying to. Winter is, of course, attritioning our troops in our own territory. Looks like, Hans is not going too crazy. We are gonna get quite a bit of slaves. I don't think there's too much... Ah, there is quite a bit of pops over here. So we might be getting enough slaves to get some of our padlock canals. Because we gotta upgrade these things to cities first. And we want the in the line here. But the slaves are getting pulled there. They're getting freed very quickly because they're getting converted very quickly. Yikes. Stranger danger. That's a big stack. That's a big boy. There we go. We've gotten 26 guys. Probably prefer this guy a little bit more. It's like his trait's a little bit better. One thing is, though, they didn't buff, they buffed a lot of sources of proximity speed. Just virtually all of them, they doubled it. They didn't double the effect from admin. So admin, I think, used to be the clear best, and now I think it's probably Diplo's probably a little bit better, but it's still close. In terms of what traits best on your leader. Because it used to give 10 proximity discount, and now it only gives 10 speed rather than 20 speed. Speed's really strong early on, though, so... It's stronger early on than discount was, and then it doesn't scale as well. Wish it could just sort by a trait. Hey Zax, how's it going? Victual Brothers, if you could even call that a country. Wait, what? Man, I wonder if they changed something this patch. They're just like all asking for money now. Or maybe it's because we actually have money. Suffering from success. We are taking slaves, so we're keeping an eye on some of these places that are getting close to 30,000 pops but aren't there yet. What are we doing on this? This is coming up. Feels bad automating it though. These guys need more. Most of them don't really want that much money. Maybe we should have changed things a little bit. I didn't realize Kiev was in this war. Doesn't really matter. Oh, that's... Considering they don't have forts, that's not looking good for us. It's looking like we're gonna be a little bit shy of the full annex. Stuff will get a little bit cheaper though as we occupy it, because we'll take slaves. So the scaling that happens based on that basis will be a little bit better. I think we just flip this over to Courland. Just annex this dude. It is the Papal States. Maybe we just... Hold up. Pope Man becoming a vassal's funnier. Is it good? Eh, not really. It used to be insane, but I think they nerfed the crap out of it. Wow, this guy's like, I will not be pushed around like this. I will not give you the maps. Alright. It's because there was a battle ongoing. Alright, having hit Pope Man as a permanent subject is just funnier, I think. And we like maps, anyways. So, get a better map of Arabia. Totally gonna forget that we want to be diplomatic endeavors, and it's not terrible right now anyways. These are just OPMs, they're just OPMs. I think we do want Holstein stuff. Holsteinian. But this really upsets people big mad. And I think we put that on the back burner because I think we want this other stuff first, and I don't think we want to just power bomb the HRE with massive war and a forever thing at this juncture. Well, is it generating too much antag? Or is this kind of a tolerable amount? I mean, Hamburg's a better location, so... You can also feed this to our vassal. Like, give them the subject. It still gives us the antagonism, but they will integrate it eventually. You guys don't like border gore. Let's do that. Now these guys will be back on their bullshit. I think we just take one of them though. Newmark was not a player. Now they're a big dick swinging. Why are you nuking your legitimacy? We are not legitimate. We are devoted. Excuse me, sir. It's because the penalty for it's kind of like not a big deal. What would you rather have, Potato? 3% all estate satisfaction, or 1,000,000 ducats? If we were at 100, this would be the maintenance. We could instead kill the slider and be making 50 more ducats. So we kill the slider. I hope Corlin's not one of the disloyal guys. Let's actually maybe send these guys over just in case. Look. So Corlin, I think, pieced out. I guess they white-pieced. By the looks of it, which is good for us. Alright, 105. So maybe if we raid slaves down, this works. At least a dilemma where you can either flip monarchy or get free legitimacy, which is a difficult choice for sure, yeah. There's no disaster, I guess, is also one of the main ideas here. But why we're clicking that button to tank our legitimacy, it's not that we're trying to tank our, our devotion. It's that we're looking for a character. I think this guy's got better, no, he doesn't have better overall. We're looking for a character. We are an admiral election, so whoever we put in charge of this navy will be the next ruler. And we've been doing this for some time now. We're looking for a gentleman like our leader who is an architectural visionary, because this is effectively giving us like, that's basically like half of our development growth is that trait. Or like a third. So if we like take a look at most of our locations, right, we're generating flat around 0.6, and a third of that is architectural visionary. Do you recommend switching to this patch and do previous games carry over? Previous games carry over, but a lot of balance is different, and like economies will be built up wonkily. I would recommend, if you want to continue your game, not switching over to the patch. Or you mean the patch? The beta patch? I think the beta patch was just small bug fixes. I haven't noticed anything big. Last update, Pope's subject to not receive tithe as income goes to Curia instead. Yeah. That's why I said it wasn't very good, but it's funny. How the spreadsheets going? They're going good. As they do. Them sheets be swinging. Alright. We do have a big attachment issue. And by issue, I mean a solution, but like, tell that to our girlfriend. Alright. Why is the higher Cordia tooltip so long? I don't know. Because you're not supposed to click it normally, I guess. Alright. We get in there. I think we have more regulars than them. This guy wants 0 gold, or we lose 2.5 dip rep. What are we thinking, chat? What are we thinking? We could either get something for free or not. Looks like you guys want to map new hotkeys too. We'll conclude this war and then maybe take a look at mapping new hotkeys then. So we will be opening the spreadsheet. That works. What happened to our other stack? Did they just get deleted? Wait, what happened to our conscripts? They didn't. They didn't flee the battle at all. They just like full manned up and died. Wait, where are they? They just all died, dude. Alright. Y'all can split up. Siege this-ish. Tough, to be honest, I know. Have you considered doing a video on how they fixed slavery and how it works now? I've been holding off on doing a colonial video until they fixed it. So now that video, I don't have any more excuses. See, this is actually a decision, but we'll say yes. Okay. Why are we using that mode? This one works. We can city this, but we can't padlock Canal that anyways, so... Not sure we need that as a city. What's our prosperity at, anyways? Rest in peace, free subjects. We could have had it all. We could be, like, nearly capped, but instead we're not. The audacity. Not the spreadsheet. The horror. The horrors of war, honestly. You know, as much as we play video games about war and, like, trivializing this type of stuff, I feel like people... War is just so romanticized. We say as we play a game where we get to play Go to War. Yeah, fair. Fair. Alright, so we have 20 dev. I think we want to use this as a 20 dev stick. The place where we're choosing our parliament, right? I think we want to use it to force 20 dev into locations so we can padlock Canal them. They don't have 20 dev. A lot of them have 20 dev. I think Riga is a good port. Here, it's a good port. But I guess we wouldn't mind getting more dev. Parnu? Balance the budget. Hell yeah. How we drew it up. Balance this. Alright. I have to do the math on how worth it that is. Is floating extra expenses for an extended period of time versus the chance? We are hoping for a serfdom trend. I think that we can't push serfdom, yeah. There's gonna be a lot of incoming slaves here. We're hoping the pop makes this cheaper. Get him. Get him, boy. Goon Squad, what are you doing? You should be gooning right now. What are you doing? Playing as Portugal right now and slaves are being taken away to African land. I have no idea where they're going though. This is how you do it. Deny, deny, deny. They can't hold you accountable if you just don't admit you know what's going on. I ironically love spreadsheets, play Tierra Invicta and multi-tab, spreadsheet always. Your video on peasant buildings was super informative. Thank you, thank you. I think some of that changed a little bit with the beta, but sometimes you don't remember exactly what you said. Womp womp. This is the entire shaboodle. Yes? It's not. This is the shaboodle. 108%'s gotta come down. A little bit yikes. We will do that. Containing printing press is alright, but it's not like we want to click it. Now, we don't really want bellicose, but we don't already have conciliatory pushed, and we just want to peek behind because we want to push serfdom. Alright. No dice. I forgot we could take slaves from this guy too. He doesn't have a lot of pops though. It's gonna be nice for our procs. A lot of it is going through Naval. And specifically everything that's going through the lakes, that's affected. See here, 3.5. Now includes coastal expansion, which we just researched. Very nice. Yeah. Rice with burgers. I think we're gonna go trade efficiency on rice of the burgers as well. And we lose a bunch of inflation. And so now we're gonna slowly acquire the inflation again. I guess we have to deal with this guy at some point. Anyone with the Goon Squad want to help out? Or... Whoa, whoa! What is this? Okay, I was like, why do we spawn in with minus 100? That's not allowed. Back then, at least kings risked their lives in war. Today, we need to send people based on Twitter responses for war. Yeah. I mean, like, also a lot of it's driven by, like, politics. Scholar's not terrible. Well, obviously all of it's driven by politics, but you know what I mean. I don't know. We could, in theory, just all get along, but I guess we can't have nice things. Oh, my kingdom for an architectural visionary, dog. We're actually probably just gonna make the game lag out by having so many characters. Coalition, stop attacking one. Coalitions... I've never really seen the coalitions be that aggressive, to be honest. Let me be real. Alright, we've moved the cost down 1%. We really want to get rid of their army. Yeah, okay. That works. That's useless. Or close to it. Let's go deal with this guy. You don't have to switch the tax slider manually with the taxes. Oh god, dude. Just like bugged. You were right, though. Do have to swap it over. None of it can build a pound lock canal. Maybe can urbanize a little bit more, though. This is along the river. This too will be pound lockable eventually, but also want to urbanize this because it's in the same province as iron, so it's going to be able to build tools better. OGOs are overexpanded a little bit, I think it's fine. Oh, I'm not sure if full occupation is going to be enough. In theory, we could wait for devastation to cause issues, or... do believe that eventually reduces war score slightly. But it's like, I think that's a little bit easier when it's like 102, 103, 104%. This type of thing. I think we can't demand anything from him. He's okay just white piecing though. I don't think we want anything from him. We could just have less of a headache if we just white piece him. And so... maybe? Vitali, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Maybe that's what we do? Let's just white piece him, because that'll make this a lot more straightforward for us. Yeah, now this guy's like, this war is over, let me out. God, it's so close to just being everything we ever wanted. I think this guy's the one giving us claims, so we'd have to not take, like, this. Holy... we had that guy on the Ottoman patrol, I think, even. Maybe we didn't. Maybe it got tweaked because of the war. It probably got tweaked because of the war. Or we, like, moved the Navy out and then back in. God. Pain. I actually have like a very solid amount of boats, so they can't do anything up here. Maybe we go coastal forts. God, that feels bad to research right now, but maybe that's the truth. Maybe that's the answer. Did that give us antagonism? That was our subject. I mean, there's no more forts for us to take. We could still occupy the rest of it for slave raid as much as possible to try and make it work, but I just don't think it works. I just don't think it works. I think Paradox should buff centralization. Well, chat would get very upset if they buffed centralization. Like, if they nerf something and then turn around and just, like, buff it. Is this the beta? This is on the beta. It tends to make community upset. Embrace coastal forts. I mean... The automated management of the Navy is not good enough, it seems. Maybe we just need more boats. The thing is, they repair kind of in a silly way, too. They will repair boats that are at 100%, or they will park boats that are at 100% on behalf of the ones that are not. It's kind of a decent chunk of gold. We've recruited a lot more guys, a lot more courtiers. Do we finally have the guy we are looking for? We are looking for one trait and one trait only. This trait. For our next leader. Having to scroll through an increasingly large thing as we recruit more and more of these characters. Alright, well, Sven's not the smartest book in the handle or in the cupboard, but he at least belongs in the shed. We're down to 106. Yeah, I think that we just can't annex them. I think we just keep them in a nice little pocket. Unfortunate. We can, do nothing of that sort. I don't even know what this does. Feed this guy to Holstein. People aren't super pissed, but we're about to like power bomb these guys, so they're gonna get really mad. So let's see if we could separate piece them. Oh. Bremen is a subject. Are they subjects of the Hanseatic League? Alright, we could separate piece him. Let's shut down the contours as much as we can. Okay. In particular, let's shut them off where we have territory. Oh, and do these guys have building rights? We will shut down it as much as we can in the north. We will just rebuild. I really like the Bruges market ones. Holy. I'm guessing this scales with how many that they have. Trying to deny them access to trade where we have trade. We're 99%ing them, and we can't do that. I guess that's fine, we want to take more slaves right now anyway. I went to the store, got coffee, and I'm ready for more coffee or tea videos. Ooh, girl. Maybe we will continue the Ethiopia run. I thought I was done with it, but a few people want to see more. We were thinking of doing a Novgorod run. Decentralization is free money, it will upset people, yeah. This drastic step will not be taken yet. We don't need to spam this anymore. Let's maybe not. I mean, in theory, we should try and get a better guy than the leader, the heir that we currently have, but... Alright. You know what, these guys giving us war reps is also probably going to be valuable. So let's actually just try and get war reps off these guys and then be done with it. Oh, you know what? I think they might have had trading rights through this, and now they won't. Okay, how close are we? We take this. It's 106, yeah. Those areas are super low pop anyways. Abandoned claim's kind of expensive, man. Let's leave him with that and make him abandon claim in White Cariella. Because we know what their province is. I think that's the province with the most locations in the game. Alright, but this will give us most of the things. Maybe we take this as well. Smolensk is subject. Nice. I feel like disoriented. Alright, we wanted to annex this guy. But disloyal. Fair. Not for very long. Soon not. Let's just take a look at like what we're working with here. This is the most valuable stuff down here. So we're gonna see if we have anyone with the trait that we were looking for, and then we do. We'll give them a couple locations. The thing is that guy was a member of the clergy. And so clergy cannot roll into naval, leading armies or navies. This guy is subject. He is. Let's see if we got another one of these guys. So this is going to give our subjects a lot more dev, especially because they're going to use dev province. It's good. Pretty sure you can just delete him a piece and lose opinion rather than get antagonism. Did that give us a bunch of antagonism? I assumed that force deleting those wouldn't give antagonism. I wasn't maybe not even paying close enough attention. No, not like this. Let's do clergy only. Because we know the clerics are the only guys who are going to have this trait that we're into. We're probably getting close to having too many subjects, I just realized. What a Chad. We maybe give this guy 3 provinces. Because he's young as hell, too. I think that was the last one of those characters that we had, though. So, get some subject. Here, vassal. Here, vassal. We do not have that many qualified women, just cause reasons. Okay, I mean, I guess the other trait that we like is this one, for the prosperity. Is that really its own separate province? It is. Alright. It's really nice that you can also get rid of heirs that you're not interested in Republic. You could just get rid of the most qualified Republic guys. Alright, I think Estonia... Vassal. We're gonna cede them some locations too then. Bueller? I'm sure there are other traits that are worth rolling into, but I don't know them. I sworn we had more of these good traits. There we go. Or we want to give them those 2 locations. There we go. A little bit over here still. Probably less important. We're just gonna get these made and not hyper sweat it. Oh, we saw one. I want to make him malevolent. And then mission accomplished. Are we over the subject tip cap? Oh, we're gonna be so far over. I should have paid a little bit of closer attention to that. Okay, we want to annex this guy. And then these guys are getting that conversion on. It's not fully Swedish yet. This guy's almost fully Swedish. We've got like an exclave. This guy's not converted everything. This guy, I guess, would be kind of okay. We could trace proximity through them, so... that'll work for us. And then, do you think you're autistic? No, I mean, well, okay, so the first thing is, like, it's a spectrum, like, type of thing, and so, like, maybe to some extent, but, like, I see social cues, I just, like, often just don't care, like... in regards to some things, I don't think that anyone who's like... I think that, like, if you study psychology and, like, you read psychological, disorders that are in the DSM and, like, this type of thing, and, like, you look at the themes and, like, this type of thing, like, just because someone is numbers-oriented and, like, spreadsheety doesn't mean they're autistic, right? That is something that's, like, the, like, important feature is not that. The important feature is, inability to, like, recognize social cues, and I don't think that I have that. Or, like, that's one of the, like, big ones. But I don't think we can really get too much more. Force culture. These guys are Baltic German. Alright, they're not our subject. I went up to 82 small subjects. It's taken me so many years to integrate, but I converted most things to Basque, yeah. You remind me a lot of your uncles with Asperger's, actually. It's fair. always fair. Let's, speaking of, let's open up our spreadsheet. Because you guys wanted this. You asked for this. Oh, I'm blanking. Where it's in hotkeys. Okay. Not remembering my own labeling. Alright, spreadsheet warning. If you have kids, hide them in the basement. Throw them down the stairs. Chain them to the radiator. Alright. We have some new things that we want, new hotkeys that we want bound, and we also maybe aren't really using too many of these, so let's think through this a little bit. So, things we aren't using, I feel like I never use this migration map mode. And that would be nice. Actually, let's first write down all the new map modes that we want in our life, and then put them in a spreadsheet. Okay. So the first one is location wealth, is like the one that I'm consulting most often and kind of why we want the hotkeys assigned. So let's write down location wealth here. And then, okay. Peasant enfranchisement, we're not really consulting that often. I don't think... Like, I think peasant enfranchisement is good as a modifier. I don't think it justifies you not wanting to be serfdom, but... Forget, you can't use the back button for that, but okay. Advances map mode. We'll put advances down as a maybe. I don't think we've ever consulted this ever. But it is kind of nice to check every once in a while. If it's like super infrequent though, you don't need it on a hotkey. Missing control... What? How far the control is from its max value? So this place is allegedly way higher. Was over? Because it's over by the slightest of bits. I feel like I'm missing something with that. His map mode is so funky. It's just like... Alright. Trade range is a new one. I think that when we click on a market, it shows the trade range, though, so I don't think we're... That was a sleeper one that wasn't in any... we've read through, like, everything there is to read through. I don't think the trade range map mode, they mention it once. Market language matters more now. We might put this with our other language ones. It matters more because your burgers won't assimilate unless they'll only assimilate to the market language thing. So we have consulted tribesmen, slaves, and peasants. as demo graphic things. And they're like important when for kind of identifying stuff. In particular, right now, it's very interesting that the slaves are promoting up basically as soon as we grab them, as soon as we yoink them, they promote up. And so, like, that's been something we've been observing with the slave map mode, but also, like, when you play down here, doing something about the tribesmen is so important. And so you consult it a lot. The other ones of these don't consult as often, except when trying to highlight an idea, like for stimulus, the burgers. Burgers occasionally you consult just to like get an eye of where you have that is urbanized but does not have dudes. So like here's a place that's urbanized but it only has one industry. We could probably add an industry and have it be good. It's like, oh, okay, like what makes money? Weaponsmith, don't really want that. Tools Guild might be okay here. Tannery can make a lot of sense because we have sand. We don't have an enormous amount of livestock, so tannery might be okay. Dye maker is probably fine because we have wood in this province, and we'll put it on auto expand and continue on. Okay, so we do sometimes consult that map mode. Language family kind of matters. I don't think enough to highlight it. These are also a new one, is the percentage pops. And I was thinking that peasant percentage kind of gives you an idea of where you can build stuff. When you have really low peasant percentage, it means you've either built out laborers, or here we have a lot of pops and a lot of peasant percentage, so there's like nothing doing here, right? When you have much less, when you have a bunch of RGOs expanded, or you don't have, I think peasant percentage is the one that we want here, because this, it really gives you an idea of what you can build in a location, I think, better than anything else. The locations that are just completely empty, devoid of anything else. And it's also nice that it just shows pops. This is the quantity of peasants as well. So I think this is a good map mode for parsing through stuff. Like, we can take a look here, we see that, hey, we have 30,000 pops here, right? This is a high dev location. We actually maybe don't want a cathedral here, to be honest. Or we could even close it. But we could urbanize this, and that would maybe make some sense. And get producing on some stuff. So that's gonna be one that we add. Works of art. Lamal. You should unpin all the map modes and then pin the ones not worthy. Well, we don't use the pinning stuff. But maybe this is actually there are occasionally map modes that we consult. And maybe we should pin them. You can see most of these are, I think all of these are going to be hotkeyed, probably. Except for the lowly terrain. So maybe that's another idea, is whatever doesn't make the cut, we could pin. Okay. Threat, I feel like we don't check that often. It is new. AI Conquer Desire is kind of an interesting one. You can kind of see some stuff that's going on. You see what the AI is going feral for. Let's see like what the Reconquest stuff looks like. Ooh, look at this guy. He's like, he wants to get in there. Novgorod doesn't have Conquest Desire for all their old cores. I was gonna click on the Ottoman Empire, but I guess we can't do that. I guess that's not allowed. Karamanids, I'm guessing, is the Beylik, so that's why they have this conquest desire. Interesting. Will it show why? Oh, Portugal. I don't think we want that pinned, but we'll put a parenthetical. Yeah, conquer. I just need Penny to block market goods from being sold, but all I can find is gold, silver. The law thing, is there any way to ban particular exports? No, and you shouldn't use that one. That's a lot worse than you think it is. I think we took away their ability to, or their rights over Inner White Cariella, so we could colonize it. Is there any other one that I'm missing? Disease is a joke. Dangers. I am the danger, Skylar. No, I kind of just think it's the two. Alright. So back to the spreadsheet. Again, if you have children, chain them to the radiator. Send them out for milk to the store. That way you don't have to leave them. Okay. Back to this. Do you know if there's any way to target religious figures from other schools trying to flip to Maliki? I do not. I imagine there is, but they're not. So we, like, never use migration. So let's take migration out. And instead, location wealth. Do we want location wealth where tax base is, though? And instead, I think we do. So let's put location wealth. And then this is tax base. And then where is... Let's do this. Let's put tax base as M. This is N. Okay. There's location wealth. Quantity of peasants is probably just not as good as peasant percentage. Someone made a like infographic of this that was really nice. We have a link to it. To show it off, maybe. But, like, bro, this looks so much better than what we have. Alright. The winter severity map mode just got bonked. So that doesn't even do anything anymore. But I think we make... The peasant percentage map mode shows the actual number of peasants, too. So we really don't need the peasant number map mode, I don't think. Or I feel like we're very unlikely to consult it at this point. So... Okay. I mean, these are the two biggest ones. We did change an add to Shift E in Bark. And that's not in the spreadsheet currently, but it is what we do. I don't have a section for it. Spreadsheets are without formulas or harmulas. Changed my mind. It's a gateway drug. You might accidentally put a formula in. When I use it, I end up creating a hub of jewelers guilds in the towns of the province and export jewelry. Yeah, the problem is that as you have multiple markets, the markets cannot shuffle gold and silver to each other. Because it bricks you from importing and exporting to yourself as well. Do you see a website someone made to search through all the EU5 events? I heard about it. I haven't taken a look at it yet. Do you think they should introduce the ability to get rid of artists? Maybe. I think the entire art thing is needs an overhaul, but is like kind of low priority. Just remove the equals key from your keyboard and you're safe, I swear. Terrible. But what if you Control C an equal sign somewhere? You gotta remove Control and C just to be safe. Is there any map mode we really feel like we need? Is there any map mode that feels super dead here? Well, we were thinking that we also wanted maybe market language. Market language is currently not, currently not a thing. The thing is, we never use the migration map mode because we just use the pop map mode instead. So we have to change highlight here. We have to change the market language one, the peasants percentage. AI conquer desires may be interesting. We're out of things that we can do just with our left hand though. And at that point, is there a unit command that we should be using that we're not? You maybe look through that. There's no mature content warning. My bad. We're changing back, I swear. The main idea is we really wanted to get location wealth because we consult that all the time. Alright. Now we have to deal with this, which is sometimes it gets scuffed. So we have changed we could map threat. Let's clear that. And then we want tax base to be M instead. And then location wealth to be N. Economical base. How different is... Is this just redundant with well? What would that show us that the other thing wouldn't? Okay, and the last one we wanted was market language. I think. Majority social class is also an interesting one. We'll put it on backslash. Or forward slash or slash. Just gonna cruise through this because some of these aren't actually in the thing down below, and read through if we maybe want to do something. Advances was a little bit cute. Detach support, create new unit. Create new unit, we maybe want... Right now, recruit 2, we have Shift R. So why don't we make macro builder Shift T? I don't even think I've opened the macro builder, to be honest. Although we didn't want to accidentally fat finger Shift G. I think it's fine. That's why we were keeping Shift F and Shift H. But I think it's harder to fat finger upper portion. Hotkeys are just so important for being able to like play quickly. Reorganize units. I didn't even know you could hotkey this. Is that new? I think that's new. Alright, save there, save here. Exit to menu, reload. It triggers me that the names of the differently written EU5, or actually I think we have to exit the game. So this is unfortunately... the thing has been just like incredibly buggy for assigning hotkeys in the past, and this is how you had to do it. You have to exit the game and then wait for it to not say stop anymore. Triggers me that spreadsheets names are differently written with EU5 and Europa Universalis 5. I'm not sure what you mean. The location has more than one culture present. What will decide the culture of newly created pops be assigned to? Depends on if it's cord or not, or cord or not. If it's cord, it will only, I think it grows the pops proportionate to what pop type there are. Unless it's cord, in which case it will only grow accepted cultures. So this is actually one of the means by which you assimilate pops, effectively. Hotkeys, my brother and Odin just play with one hand? Bro, no way. Dude, just like watching, like... I don't know how people, like, decide that they want to flip between two map modes to take a look at something without hotkeys. Alright, so we put the macro builder on Shift-T. Am I a heretic for playing grand strategy games with only a mouse? Some of you can. Victoria 3 is much more mouse-only forgiving. You need to, like, parse through so many map modes to actually figure stuff out in EU5. And, like, you compare... Like, Alright, let's see how we are. Ah, we're not opening the macro builder. No! Saving new hotkeys is so miserable. Alright. Period, is this showing... This... That one saved. There's tax base, there's location wealth. Okay, majority social class, which we aren't going to consult that often. There's market language. Maybe we don't need to save it like that. Going back to the spreadsheet, spreadsheet boarding. But the macro builder just might be... Is there a hotkey but no macro builder? Because we tried clicking that, or the hotkey's broken. Alright, we're going to put a parentheses around that. We will want the macro builder there once it can be there. Control Shift X we could actually probably assign to make new unit. Majority social class. We don't necessarily need I would love to have... You know what? We never ever use toggle map menu. So maybe we do Control M for... what is it? The tribesman. We'll try saving it normally and see if it works out for us. It might not, though. Okay. This stuff is important. I do think you have to save your game, but yeah. It's like a very important hotkey for like some runs. Victoria 2 was 100% mouse game. Yeah. Is shift mass upgrade still broken? I'm not sure. I want them to put auto expand on that though. They need to add auto expand to the game. Like and then make auto expand auto upgrade. And then if you're not poor, you can play with the auto expand button. Yeah, I think we're gonna enjoy peasant percentage. Actually, just seems like a really good one for parsing information. This is probably this and location wealth are like the two biggest ones. We also might not use players. We like never consult that ever, or we might shift players over to like slash. I think is what we'll do, and move everything back over. Maybe we do that off stream though. We're getting derailed here. You weren't role playing when you rushed lowlands. Would rushing lowlands be the best way to make line go up as Sweden? I mean, it's a good place to have your capital. Yeah, we have ideas similar to that. We have ideas. We have plans. Right now we have too many subjects, though. Alright, everyone who's over 180, we are going to stop improving relations with. Alright, about to finish rights of the burgers. Procs cost through ports? Actually kind of strong now. I don't think we want to go through 3 texts to get it though. So I think that this will basically be where most of we will have accomplished the value. And we will want to move on to printing press. So let's just embrace now. I don't know what we're supposed to do first, chat. Whether we're supposed to go for roads first or the book stuff. Probably the book stuff. We have so much eco and lumber though, and this got hella buffed. Let's go for lumber output first, and then is it really lumber output over paper workshop? That's crazy, man. No, it can't be. Let's do that. And then cabinet laws is going to be pretty solid for giving us potential burgers. That gives you overall the most stimulus. This gives you some nice other bonuses though. We might do the clergy one. And then trade capacity and building stuff is attractive. I think we're gonna go paved roads and cabinet seat power projection. And then surely we feel that we need to have a military tech before the next thing. Music volume was going at 120%. Really? Wait, what? Starks used to say, I have no ideas, just actions, when you could not reach the ideas tech in EU4. Base, to be honest. Impulse only gamer. I think Caravan has claims, and that's why we released them. Yeah, they have claims on the Teutonic Order. This would help us to clean stuff up. The Teutons have all of this up here. I think that maybe we could just chill out though. Because... oh, these guys are upset. We can't make more subjects right now anyways. Or we're bumping up on this. Do you have any market access? You just don't. So we can't get them dev in this way. Is that really the fastest way there? Alright, fair. Do you think this is going to be arriving via coast? Maybe one day this is better. We will want to urbanize the coastline is the thing eventually, so... Whoa, 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 why are y'all so mad? Let's use our handy dandy new peasant thing. Peasant percentage. Glass is expensive though. Where's glass? They have an input here, so... we are producing glass here, but I think that the issue is this is in the Oslo market, where we don't have glass solved yet, so... yeah, maybe we rearrange this. I really think that we do want to consult this more often. We just see like 12,000 over here, there's nothing doing. We're gonna urbanize this. Urbanize this. Is it gonna be the best? No, because it's in the Arctic, but... urbanization also gives food storage, so the food storage is gonna drive pop growth. You know what I mean? Alright. Game doesn't like that. We discover the new world. Is there anything we want to use culture on before we pip that event? We could tolerate English. We could change our view of it to positive. We will find this land new. Peasant percent sounds like a speedrun category. Peasant any percent. France gets Diplo hedge. This is one of the few ones we can fight for. But as it stands, I think we'd rather just not eat as much antagonism. Oh, the game feels so choppy. I wonder why. I mean, I guess we're flying with the increased speed map mode. Still, it's just very choppy. Getting more dev because the roads is nice as well. I have high control here. So just gonna throw down some roads there. AI is not really good at building some roads. Like, these roads aren't gonna increase proximity, they're just giving us more connection to the capital. Do we have a good discount on it? Yeah, we do. We are going to need to try and eventually connect the roads down to the south here. Right. Start annexation. Right, this guy's like full Swedish now. Can't because we don't own any of it yet. Alright. We acquire... Which one do we acquire here? We might have to go for uneducated masses. I think religious teachings was what we acquired. It gives more clergy estate sat is the main like difference. Or is it apprenticeships? I don't know. Maybe the art one. Epic tradition. Epic bro. Chat, why am I able to rewind? Twitch finally get it? Or 20 generalist upgrade, first class gamer? Certainly not the latter. Do you have any idea where you can find out how long till you can execute a debuff when you get off a character? How long is left when you execute debuff when you get off character? Most of the stuff that shows you see this in here. You're using black magics. Twitch isn't even letting me go by 720. That's my fault. Apparently I need more bitrate. I have had trouble in the past though with bitrate. Having it high enough to do the things. Okay. So we're generating maritime presence. Do these guys just need more boats? They're just like perma-wintered into oblivion and then they get hit down here. AI just like can't handle Yeah, just like shits the bed. Doesn't know what to do. We're looking for someone who has like actual decent traits and is architectural visionary. But maybe we just shouldn't be greedy pigs. Maybe just getting architectural visionaries only in a row. That's a choice. How big is this? I mean, they have a lot more regulars. Alright. Maybe attach, detach is something we should have hotkeyed. I'll write that down. We'll do it off stream. Are peasants actually good? No. You don't want peasants, basically. I think we just have way more guys, no? Oh, maybe not. Muscovy's got like 100,000 dudes, alright. Did I just say 100,000? Yeah, 100,000 in total. We could levy up these guys, but kind of don't want to lose them, so I think it's Merc time. I think it's Merc time. Where can we recruit this to? To London? Alright, we're not going to do that. Logistical nightmare. Alright, we want guys who have age 3 stuff. They have the Arquebusiers, which maybe is the most we could hope for, to be honest. Wish there was a way to filter this somehow. These guys have way more Arquebusiers that we could recruit up. So we will recruit them. There was another guy who also had Arquebusiers. I think it was Saxony. Where'd Saxony go? He was at the top of the list before. Probably this guy, Lower Saxony. There we go. We do want a supply cart. Cannons are less important. Combined arms is nice, but... And then... we'll do this. So I think 20,000 marks will be enough to make this work for us. and like 500 guys in conscripts. Yeah. Get an annexation through. Gotta wait for the proximity to update to take a look though. Nice, we get cores. Not gonna have much proximity there. Fair enough. So he's got a 20k stack there. We're gonna probably try and do a little bit of search and destroy. And then we just actually want the most qualified guy. Yep. Cool. I think we were deving this. Although this maybe being the eventual Conquest being a new capital is maybe an idea. I think we want to sponsor religious. Just always. And that'll let us push innovative a bit more. The best peasant guy is quite a ways down, so we will not use him. We would like to be able to click serfdom. I think we want the 12 stab hit that comes with changing stuff. I don't even think this is the last thing that we would want. So that just might be our parliament. Because I don't think we're going to get enough support without changing a policy, and we don't want to change either of those policies. I think we'll try and piece out Smolensk first, if we can. You don't necessarily need to take a ton. Well, we did hire marks, so looks like they're doing pretty good. Yeah, maybe we didn't even need to hire this many marks. They are just a lot stronger than levies. I don't know what sketch this is. This may be a little sketch. Obviously intentionally fighting much bigger stacks, but we think that they're mostly levies. Also, don't know how much the performance mod is interfering just generally with the balance of this, which is kind of a little bit concerning. Alright. Looks like our center is failing. Looks like he's failing harder, though. It's really nice that we lose a bunch of guys, because then we don't have to pay their upkeep, but we just traded them down. Whoa, we might have to merc up more again, though. And then let's push inward again. Smolensk is kind of into getting out. I think we try and occupy some of their stuff. Get them out. They have a decently sized stack. Maybe we just snipe the stack though. We also don't really want very much stuff from Minsk or from Muscovy. Other than to knock them down a peg, really. I guess we have the slavery consideration where we want to take slaves, though. We're going to take so much slaves. So we probably will be able to pound lock Canal. Or city up these places. Yeah, so we'll save up for that. How's Norse doing? A little Norse check here. My kingdom for more. Alright, who doesn't like us very much? Then can't annex this guy because relations. Or this guy. Do want to get on that. Who is this? I think we look to get these guys out just to decrease costs in this war, and we don't want to take a whole bunch of stuff anyways. And then I think we could do this, yeah. Because this is not ending the war, we won't be able to transfer them, so we could just give it directly to our subjects. Halish is pretty big. Still in the mix. So is a Chernihiv. Oh, I don't know if we win this. This is 2-1. This might be a little bit of a... Oh, and we... Okay, this is bombard. Just kidding. Okay, saturate. The fronts aren't saturated. Oh, but they retreat for... Why? We're gonna slow things down. I kind of don't want the. I kind of don't like what this mod does to combat. My kingdom for being able to sort from the age of the units. I think Castile we probably can't get there anyways. This gives us an idea of what our opponents are working with. Bohemia, do you have age 3 tech? No. Anjou. We have some arquebusiers. I think we're interested in those. You recruit men at arms. That's because we had to repay these guys. Alright, so around 15,000 dudes. Unfortunately, our stacks are being kind of punty. Or our allies are being a little bit punty. Poor shock. Okay. You don't mind getting up to 1% minting anyways. Oh, I'm punting. I think we have this, which we kind of wanted to have in. Let's just put it in now. Decrease the maintenance at least. We don't saturate very well. Looks like we win this anyways. Not very convincingly. Whoa. We just need more dudes, man. Why is the Papal States punting? Papal States is actually just a Giga Chad, though. Actually, maybe we win this? I think that we just got debated, maybe. You have very little time to, like, respond in the mod without the hourly ticks, but alright. Because often you want to retreat from battles you're, like, losing, but it looks like we're not losing this. I'm trying to remember. You select all like this, right? And then deselect that guy and then move everyone here. Yeah, you're the Mr. Fleet boy. Yeah, us not having the modifiers for the mercs when we did that is like kind of punty. Alright, let's take this. And we right click here, it selects everyone. We're gonna deselect this guy specifically and then move everyone here. We're not going to use the Navy. That means we have someone somewhere that's trapped. A small stack. I don't think we can push anything else. It's got a lot of locations, that. But this does mean we want to make sure that we have roads to the capital. What am I doing? We want to pay off our loans. Paying off loans definitely has priority. Do we have... They're down to kind of a really low number here, and we raised all of our guys, so mercs have done their job. We will not rehire any of them. Levies will take it from here for like the sieging and such. For a second I thought I might have misclicked that button. There's the war goal for us. Are these guys getting attritioned into oblivion? Yeah, they are. God, winter is hell. The Pope man actually just gets so much money. He's so useful in fights. Like he's an OPM. Look, he's got this. He's got this stack too. And the other one, like 2 above it, he's got like 10k troops. Just swinging it around. Be nice that they will have a general take over this. You guys got a good amount of admin. Let me repay the debt. Make it go away. Whoa. Someone marked up. This is an upgrade. I know we have some levels of this already. Or we have the guilds. Is it not showing us where we can upgrade it? Bro. Or wait, is this gonna automatically upgrade it for us? Oh, we got Shadow Realm banished. No. We can't retreat back. Oh, this bug's super obnoxious. I didn't pay close enough attention to the forts. Wow, this really, like, alright. Well, fortunately they're just walking right at our dudes. And so we at least get a fair fight or something. That's base race of a saturation. Oh, unfortunate. I think we lose this because morale, but we might be able to get a lot of damage on them, depending on how this kicks out. No, this saturation's awful for us. This guy's over it, though. Almost willing to transfer to her. He's a big boy. We can parse down through transferring stuff. Maybe try and get that. We also do have all these guys coming in. I forgot we have to build all of our universities ourselves. So is the auto expand upgrading these automatically? I think it is. It's so magical. God, best mod ever. Very fat stack now. Oop. Is this winter? Yeah. This guy's not happy. We can make one subject and then feed the Minsk location to it. Not trying to take a ton of stuff. Halish. Kind of okay just ending the war with him right now. Leaves Moskova as the last fighter. But he's not gonna have very much. Our mercs are about to expire here though. Do states actually profit from the buildings they build? Not directly, because there's no ownership mechanic. Go Theocracy, character max, slow down, crash the game in multiplayer. I mean, honestly, probably, yeah. We also want to get... I think we don't have any annexations going. Because they finished while we were in this war. I mean, they're willing to transfer this guy now. We would not mind, like, liberating someone huge. Just to weaken him. I think we want war reparations, though, whatever we do. For him causing this senseless conflict. It's actually really expensive for us, considering how much we marked for this. Perks expire. And at this point, I think it's probably pretty free for us to also just take a bunch of slaves, and that we really care about that. We're already assembled for that, so... Actually, what's he look like? Got 800 total dudes left. and half of them are getting wiped. Actually, wait. Carpet siege everything. Okay. Let's just have one guy hunt the armies, just in case, while the carpet siege is going on. Do this occasionally, but the AI is really bad at it, so like you don't want to do this if it's close. I think that's going to work for us. So, got the auto expansion going on the paper, which is going to be pretty good. Our places that have paper. God, the person who made the mod didn't even tell me. Didn't even tell me. That's like something I've wanted so bad on it. It's like such a must-have for like as a mod. We repay a debt. Yeah. Repay a loan. I think we side with the clergy. And then we're gonna full occupy this guy. You know, you win 10 battles, each give you 0.5 war score, but as soon as they win a battle, they get 15. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how that works. But if it's proportional, if you've already won a ton, then that makes sense mathematically. Not necessarily by design, but mathematically that makes sense. Yeah, so this guy is just doing his thing. And now all of those paper things will also auto-promote for us. Which, in theory, is actually, like, a little bit bad for us right now. Like, we maybe don't want to have stuff auto-expanding, but that's how the auto-expand should work. But the reason why it could be bad for us right now is a little bit more like we want other stuff to be doing. But yeah, this is an auto-expand. Oh, this is so magical. It means you like actually just get to set it and forget it. They're not carpeting as much as like the Kalmar recess. A new fracture has appeared in one of our fragile alliances due to the rebellious nature of a group of disgruntled peasants, etc. We get devotion, which we don't care about. Oh, I hate how many events there are where it's like, what you do before matters. I don't know if there's something down the road that's important. We're just gonna honor the agreement. Because we would rather have the stab. Yeah, let's make sure we're not paying for stab. Yeah. Taking a whole bunch of slaves here. Get this place to being city potential. Wow, unreal how many people are getting pulled into Stockholm here. So Stockholm should auto-queue this. Or does this not work for the auto-expand? Is that our kid? You mean to tell us we have a crown power character? No. It was a lie. Oh, this is gonna be so many slaves. Look at our culture map, man. Okay, yeah, I mean, we're assimilating them to Swedish, but we have a bunch of Novgorodians, we have Muscovites here. We can think about, we actually do want this place to be getting slaves, so let's build a slave market there. You can pull slaves to any location that has a slave market. I think if you don't have a slave market, you actually don't take slaves. Miraculously, I've never misclicked the secularist button, despite seeing it a million times. Yeah. But that would be big not happy. Big sad if we click the secularist button. What's our antag look like? Maybe we... No, I don't think we want to take a fat chunk of them. We don't want this heat, considering we can't even hold on to the subjects. White peace imminent? How imminent? Okay. We could dev the interior and intentionally fail it. Probably what we want to do. To get the last push towards naval. Tax exemption on the nobles worth so much. Yeah. Wow, we really can't... Oh my god, this is what hell is. We succeed this at 50%, but we can't click another button at 50%. Come on now. I mean, we can click conciliatory, but... I think we are gonna... Yeah, I mean, we have to intentionally fail it because we don't want to get pushed towards land, but it's kind of amusing, I guess. I guess there's a law change we want, I think. We wanted to move on to Confederal Union. Oh, whoops. I think the trade efficiency is what we want here. Navy audits is maybe kind of okay. Yeah, we wanted to change onto mandatory impressment, I think. But we can't push... it very hard. We can't push very hard towards serfdom. So maybe that's not even... We can't acquire a big enough trend. We just have to pip events and stuff to get it the rest of the way. I think that polygamy is like strictly worse than, yeah, celibacy for us. Because we can't marry anyways. There's a little bit of serfdom trend to be had here. I guess we don't want a law change? Man, that sucks. Or we want to go Confederal Union. Yeah, okay. Alright. Not the best, not the worst. Do Ottomans lose a lot if you culture swap? I'm not 100% sure. I know if you swap onto Turkish, like it's funny with the Beylik stuff, so I don't know how it works. H3 is Naples and suddenly paying 120 food slider. Yeah, you gotta set up breadbasket provinces. At the edge of Sicily are buying them for 30 each, and I don't have a food problem in other provinces. Did you make a Sicilian market? Because this is the exact reason you don't make a Sicilian market. Sicily has a really hard time sustaining itself with food. Like, the southern Boot and also Tunisia have the issue of not having any rivers and not having very much lakes and this type of stuff, so you have to be a little bit careful with how you breadbasket stuff. So basically all your livestock you want to auto-expand out on farming villages. Is like, and you want to do this fairly proactively. But this could be a little bit more tricky now because even if you have positive food in the market, like, the food price can still get expensive, but you want to try and get the food price down. Like here you see we have a full thing, but the food price is like this, because the target price is now has to do with like how much you're over hitting your cap, basically. Or this is my understanding. I'm not abundantly familiar with it though. Books output's gonna be nice. Our economy's popping off. We get that last push towards naval. Let's take a look at... It's so stupid. If we microed this, we would be able to max this out, but my sanity would be like completely gone. They spend so much time in ports. Just if any of the... Wait, why are you in port? Dude, they won't even patrol to 95? It's above 90 that they stop? I just need to not pay attention to that because it, like, raises my blood pressure. Why are you not sieging? God, even the, like, Carbon Siege thing is not that bright. These guys are supposed to be hunting the armies. I want you to not take any guys. Please, thank you. We also do want to declare on this guy if we have a CB. God, Kiev is huge. God, stop attaching and just like go be useful. The fact that it auto turns on attachment like after you turn it off is so frustrating. Although that might not have been exactly what happened there. Oh, that's 188 antagonism. Why is that so much antagonism? What? Oh, because they use it to shit CB. Can we free their subjects? This is kind of what we'll be looking to do then, I guess. But continuing again for the slaves. For the boys. It's 0.6 that I paid 3x that? Yeah. 0.05 might be enough to get to universal serfdom. No, it like changes, like, it's like bugged out, so sometimes you can get this absolutely monstrous push, but we need another 0.2 to be able to do it. One day we're gonna misclick that ish. Real? We lost that? I think we can afford to pay back another loan. Let's rake back this minting, because we have enough to roll the parliaments. God, our navy's costing us so much money and it's so useless. Because they, like, spend all their time in port. Honestly, it might not even be worth it for us to have the navy. I just need to not think about it. I just need to close my eyes and ignore my problems. Holy. Or we just need to micro freaking every 3 months moving around the navy. The full retreat also looking like detached damage is like gonna send me as well. Oh my god, it just only cares about this. Of course it only cares about this one location. Right, because that's how it's supposed to work. Could we maybe get you to, like, behave properly? We assign you the entire province? And they also don't care about these C zones as well. I'm crashing out, chat. Hi, Key. Oh my god, stop attaching. Go be useful. We're just gonna get boats sinking and we're gonna be sad. Because I'm not, like, dialed in enough to micro my brains out over that. You can see a lot more Novgorodian, Smolenskian, all different types of people. What's your farmland dev? Are you talking about using the cabinet action? I don't really like that cabinet action that much. This one? It's good, but like you're using it on like terrible areas, basically. Places with like no pop. And I'm not sure you like are that thrilled to be pulling pops up here. We have a lot of Novgorodian and etc. type pops because the slaves that we do pull get yoinked over there. Oh, we also want to wrap up this war, because that way we can annex people. Pops here. It was a little bit silly that, like, you care about what war gold they used, although it's nice to be seeing them using the Parliament CB. Every province we take is like quite a bit of pops, so I think we take until we get like bricked. It's gonna be big for us. It's kind of a big portion of our economy. We're not very close to getting these sieges. Yeah, we coalition too hard. think we maybe just let some of this stuff happen. I think we win that. We could just retreat though. We have more coming our way, yeah. We just want all this to finish up. And I think we're done. Definitely way overshot the mark. This is one of the reasons I don't like to do the like 1% float to roll the parliaments, is because like I overshoot it too often. Because I don't pay close enough attention to it. There's the slaves. Just do this and then head back here and then before doing anything else. We would love to annex that guy. And that guy. And this guy. Alright, now that I've let you repair up. Guy not even repairing? Is there not a protected harbor there? He's trying to repair there where there's not a protected harbor. Why are you trying to repair there, dude? Not even a harbor. I think we're gonna use the forts, I don't know. Just get the repaired see attack and restart the game, it usually disappears. It won't take damage if they're a protected harbor. How do you solve the Sami problem? What problem? What's our issue with the Sami? Like there's barely any pops. You know what? We maybe install that mod for dealing with it. The thing is like, I'm okay, like, needing to have a lot more investment, you know? This is okay with me. I'm not okay with, like, needing to micro my brains out. Is this all regulars? Maybe it is. Oh, is this our subject? Or is this land? Yeah, this is our subject. But I don't want to annex the revolter, I just want them to stay as a subject. How far are we from getting Scandi? I mean, it'd be better for us to form Britain, to be honest. The change, just like this is part of it's like the change that they did where like it wasn't applying attrition and now it is, right? It's like a recent change. I haven't played like this far north in a hot minute. Never asked a Swede about Sami. Oh, I see. Solving the Sami problem type of question. You can't disband levies when they're locked during March. Yeah, but that's why we kept re-clicking it over and over. But I do think that this is just all of our regulars. They're just all mixed around. I can't remember how it goes, but I don't want to actually annex them. Unless this is our core territory, I can't remember. I can't remember if we already had that annexed or not. What are we researching? I think we're, yeah, headed down this way. Oh, there are levies here. Oh, this is not our thing to do. Got it. I understand. I think this guy is who we want to annex first. They are still culture flipping, but they should be majority Swedish by the time we get a hold of them. Alright, we have a choice here. The most stimulation is off of meritocratic recruitment. Administrative clergy has the best, like, secondary effects. And isn't that much worse. It's not scaling per 1k, so it's just flat. It's just flat pops. And our satisfaction isn't super maxed out with them anyways, but clergy satisfaction in principle I think is a little bit better. We probably could actually hand them out more stuff. But we, like, can't hand these guys out more stuff, really. I guess there's the 2%, but then that's it. This also gives us 10% efficiency of cabinet. The possible clerics in towns and cities is roughly the same as the nobles value. Nobles is interesting. I think we're going to go with the burghers just for the most stimulus possible. In the past, we haven't gone with clerics, but I think since we're not going plutocracy, I kind of like the burghers a little bit better. What's our max tax rate on these guys look like? Yeah. Their state power is causing issues now. They've gotten really powerful since we handed out this. Control the borderlands also gives plus, like these two giving plus 100% is maybe a problem. We need more crown power modifiers in general. We can also do curtail the nobility instead of the one that we're doing now. The one we're doing now locks us in on a serfdom trend, is part of why we're doing it though. It locks serfdom in place. What we really need is events and stuff to get us to the next thing, that way we can swap to curtail the nobility. I almost took a bunch of loans instead of doing the cabinet thing. Let's see if we've gotten a new character that we could slot in. That has the trait that we want. We've gone through so many characters and just found one guy only. This is the trait that we want, by the way, for those who are just tuning in. The monthly dev 0.002. Alright, this guy's better and younger. Perfect. And we'll stop going willy-nilly about all that. Oh, he is our subject. We don't actually want to annex him. Like that. We'll just save to make sure that he stays our subject. He doesn't, okay. Misunderstanding that. 50% of Sweden's occupied by like 1,000 people. Jesus, we crash. Wonder if that breaks some of our hotkey changes. Can you form Norse Sea Empire? Well, you can, but I think their content's not as good. Is Sweden overpowered? I don't have the historical frame of reference to like really know how good they should be historically, but they got some really good stuff going on. I don't know how significant Sweden was like historically. Like, my historical frame of reference is basically like that Sweden doesn't exist. Like, and I think that's... It's just like a blank spot in my mind. Until 1600, not much, yeah. And so I think that they're probably stronger than they should be, yeah. But you can spam by plus 10 clergy satisfaction events, plus 100 burgers. It should be very good with sparsely populated land. That's true too. This is true as well. So I guess we're supposed to annex them, but I don't think that stuff was our core. So we had a subject that we were integrating, and now it's not going to be core territory. It's just going to be this nonsense. Like, we want them as the subject, not a choice between full annexing them or this. I'm not happy with that. We just want, like, because we were integrating them as a subject, that was fine. We were going to get this stuff anyways. And now we'll just pass it off to another one of our subjects. But the problem is that another one of our subjects isn't going to have the things, and now we don't have a good way to like... Okay. We're going to pass it off to this guy, because the other guy we're currently annexing. We just, you're just not allowed to maintain status quo. You have to, like, full annex them, I guess. It's bad, man. We just, like, don't see that many subject revolts until this patch. So it's easy to forget about. Let's check around. I don't even know where the fleet that was patrolling this went. It's gonna be this 4 locations. Sort by cleric. Because there will be clerics with a good trait. That's good enough. Give them the complete province. Alright, so we lost one of our annexations we were doing, and we lost all our progress because we couldn't keep the subject as a subject. They're not Swedish enough. Do this. Okay, let's see what we're doing with the trade routes if books and paper are going out. Not really. We have the underpinnings for paper with the wood to some extent. Okay. Are you making paper? You're not. You can. You are not making paper either. Let's auto-expand printer shops instead, I guess. After that, not very powerful until early mid 1700s, but they were never like a super major player. They like their content is very strong, but they're like super in the game. They're super gimped by like the material conditions of the pop and location situation. Sweden and Denmark probably spent more than Britain on armies just fighting each other for like 200 years. Together, they probably held back European development a century. Womp womp. You love to see it. How much are we getting from the sound toll? Not a lot. Not a lot. Alright. Log iron smelter doesn't earn a lot. I think we wanted this on tools. God, there's not a lot of demand going on. The margins are so thin, like, I'm not even sure these earn money. So that means we have to add trade. We just, like, can't push the economies of scale that easy. Alright. We're just paying out the ass to a navy that's useless. Our overall control is also pretty bad here. We're like annexing people to try and form Scandinavia, but not because it's necessarily going to be that good right now. But the reason it's not good is because we can't get our control up, and we can't get our control up because of these stupid boats. I'm not sure Lower Bavaria is even going to do anything about this. Maybe wait for our manpower to come back up. I mean, to that end, probably could use a couple more of these. Burdened Warrior, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. How much do you expand paper and books after this tier 2 workshop flip? Our issue is we don't have a lot of demand for it. We do have a lot for books, but a lot of it's from trade. Okay. Actually, the Hanse is controlling a lot of this trade. I think we just want more trade capacity. We also want to delete the Hanse, but you can't. I guess there's actually a decent amount of demand. Why are these things making no money then? Oh, they're making tons of money. What's going on? Oh, does this show you just stuff in the UI differently now? It's showing you the taxes per level, not... Oh, yeah, this is crushing it. Was that in the patch notes? They used to just show you profit per level on your buildings, not how much tax you were getting per level. And so, like, you were just like... I was just looking at everything, I was like, I don't know how this is making such a small amount. Like, 0.1, 2, 0.3, this type of thing. And, like... Okay. Yeah, we're fine. We're popping off then. I've got to integrate some stuff. Alright. But, like, these annexations are pretty bad. We get Scania, I guess. But Hans is a different thing. They don't have a lot of trade in there. Do they have a lot of trade in here? Where's their trade capacity? Let's like it here. Lubeck. Which we control, so if we had more trade capacity, we would get to override their stuff. Gonna bring that up. We still want it to come on down. We want to float just a little above 1%. Riga, what do we have in Riga? Let's do this and put it on auto expand. Because that is giving us a lot of tax per level. Or maybe I'm going crazy and it's always been like that. I feel like... Yeah, the profit and the amount per level is like... They changed it. God. Embargo Hansa, they're showing juice per level now? Yeah. It's huge. Wait, if we embargo Hansa... Does that actually make it so they can't trade anywhere? Oh, we can't search in there. I think that just blocks the merchants. Okay. Let's see what that does exactly. I know that that'll make it so that their locations can't be in our market. We own Lubeck, we don't own Lund. Oh, looks like they still get to trade. Because I think they don't get to use outside trade capacity. But maybe this prevents them from using Lubeck trade capacity in Stockholm. So maybe this is still good for us. Yeah. What are the best trades here? Tunis to Stockholm, which doesn't work. Shipping and spices. We're getting a ton from shipping out iron. That's why we don't make any money of making bog iron smelters. Iron's just so cheap. We could also upgrade some of these paper and... Yeah, now that we have money, the auto expand is also kicking up. Okay, it's winter. Like, imagine doing that every month, man. Alright, we'll go with the trade efficiency. We also have a little bit more trade efficiency, which should be helping out in this. Like right now, okay, the marginal value here is 0.8. The trade efficiency we're getting is like roughly 10%. So that's making this 4.4. So roughly 1/3 of the value we have is created from trade efficiency. So, like when your margins are thin, trade efficiency gets insane. Or other trade, I think it was an okay one. Yeah, stab investment modifier. Oh my god. Actual so frustrating. Our protected harbor's not working. I have no idea why. Oh, it's because it's like uber severe. Like, that is simulated as good, but the gameplay around it is just like not very fun. Like, otherwise we would be flying on the year. Tick, basically. And now we're starting to get some improvement now that we're handling it personally. God. So this should be getting better. We hate it. Alright. Book and paper economy should pop off. Don't even have roads yet either. Russia was the less militarized version of Sweden. Jesus. Seems like a Swedish take. Russia only became relevant power after they defeated Sweden with the aid of Denmark, Norway, Saxony, and Poland. You know what does work? Coastal forts. You might be onto something. I can't get... Maybe after this, maybe we go coastal forts. How's our literacy look? Our literacy should just be insane right now. We have high 30s. Everyone knows that Odin says read a book. We do two things here. We raid and we read. Why does it say we can annex 15 and then we can't annex any? What? That? Scania might be sufficiently small for us to actually be able to annex now. Wait, what the hell? Map mode just broken? What's up with our Diplo thing? What is this? Oh, we're being silly. We had Hansa typed in. Obviously, we can't annex the Hansa like that. Alright. Well, Scania is one we want to annex if we have the is bigger than the modifier. So let's just take a look at how this looks. We do have Scania is much smaller now. Alright, alright. These guys will also be an annexation. That'll give us some points towards innovative here. Yeah, these guys are so strong. I'm not used to these guys getting that strong when we go theocracy. Like, obviously we have control of borderlands and this other stuff, but I think that normally they get really diluted out by the burghers when we flipped back plutocracy. It's much easier to keep that balance. It's making it so we really can't tax them very high. Oh, just kidding. Right. No, wait, no, we have the max tax thing, so we do have to go for max tax modifiers on them, I think, just in general. I think we're gonna click through Bellicose, not because we need support. They spend a lot of their money on RGOs, so it's not that big a deal that they get money. What percentage of this are they getting? We'd really like burghers to be getting more. You know what we need to do? Is we need to build more burger buildings just so that the burghers start pulling a larger percentage of the pie. Yeah. So, let's do this. Take a look. And okay. And they get a huge amount with the peasant enfranchisement modifier. I mean, I think serfdom probably... We probably make less money on serfdom if we don't do curtail the nobles. Low pop provinces skew the nobles. They kind of skew the nobles. It scales percentage wise. I mean, a big part of it is we went Aristo. Instead of plutocracy, which would be the normal kind of way of things. Like, we would prefer the 100 burghers scaling to the 10 noble scaling. But, like, also... to the extent that we have demand for stuff like fine cloth, a lot of it's going to be needs of the nobles. So they're, like, propping up our economy. Can you have your Republican slider at 0? Yes. So, it's probably better. I don't know why, but every time I play a game after 1.1, nobles stay strong most of the game. Yeah, it seems like they're way more powerful. To be fair, they have... we have these 2 plus 100% things on control the borderlands and a point to the estates. And this is a theocracy thing. I don't know. We want to swap off of this, but we were hoping to do the serfdom one. But let's take a look, actually. And the maximum tax is a little bit of womp womp, but how much is their current wealth's only 7%. That's like kind of a nothing burger thing. Unless that's saying it's a flat 7%. Yeah, we have 20,000 nobles though. Quite a bit relative to our pop. I wonder what we're getting on the discipline modifier. So aristocracy is giving us 5%, and then nobles of primary accepted culture ratio is giving us another, like, so we're getting like 10% discipline off of the aristocracy from being aristo as well. So, like, you get a very significant upside here that's not even the economic one. So, like, that Pluto's, like, not better economically, like, feels so awful. Just because the demand that's being created. Because, okay, let's take a look at Stockholm. Okay. Of the scaling demand for of the scaling creation of nobles, it looks like 1/6 is what you get from the base value relative to maxed out aristo. So when we took a look at, and the base scaling is where most of our nobles are coming from, or sorry, in towns and cities, that's the totality of our nobles, 30-something are from, like, flat amount. So a lot of it is coming from that scaling. So most of our demand is coming from that scaling. That's allowing buildings like these to be profitable. Yeah. A lot of pops here. Let's urbanize it. So once we urbanize it, we will get the scaling pops from both the clergy and this. I've been minimizing nobles' privileges since they get so strong with serfdom and especially aristocracy. Yeah. I mean, I've been handing out less than I have before. I don't think we're gonna go primacy of the nobility. But I wanted to go mercenary contracts, but maybe that's a mistake. The thing is like... maybe this one's bad too. It gives them so much satisfaction though. This one's obviously really good. Really expensive to revoke, but... it's actually a big chunk of... well, right now, we're taxing them down. I guess it makes the parliament tax, like, way more powerful. Because every 5 years we just get to, like, make a ton of money. But yeah, I mean, I think we just need to be on curtail the nobles. Oh, shit. I was about to... I'm gonna reload. I was about to do the parliament to move it on to curtail the nobles. I don't think we did too much button clicking. But I think that's what we're going to do now here. We just have so much flat scaling off the nobles as well. And like once we get cities, like it'll really shift very burger oriented, but because we're low pop and we don't have cities as much, it won't. So alright. Yeah, so let's go curtail the nobility. as cute as this, oh, that's gonna give us progress away from serfdom, though. But we had another thing that could give us progress towards serfdom. We could also change this. Navy audits. We want this. And then we want... curtail the nobility. So currently we have this. Well, it's giving us quite a bit of progress towards serfdom. We're gonna backslide without it. That feels much better, I think. Or I think that will feel much better. Bunch of stuff got queued up. Bunch of stuff got queued up again. No. Let us out. Let us pay our loans. Okay. We also get the stab? I don't think so. No. And I think we upgraded this. I don't know how I've never accidentally clicked that. "12 locations. It is Arctic though, so it's like not as valuable to dev up. This is, I think, mostly not Arctic, right? Mostly. It's got a few irons. The irons are going to be... And a silver will eventually be here. Yeah, it's got 3 irons, and eventually this is a silver. Yeah, let's dev that. Will eventually be nice. Alright, now I guess this is where the fun begins, where we start popping off. Keep getting spend downs because of our auto queue. The increased taxes is gone now, but now we actually are getting 65 tax out of the nobles. So yeah, I guess you just like have to go curtail the nobles now. Because they really ramped up also the scaling from their power for the max tax. We'll get another 5% tax on them also from curtail. Well, we don't want to backslide. Okay. Now we also have this can city up. I don't know about that fiber crops thing, but okay. That seems a little sus to me. Alright, where do we have a lot of peasants in a high proportion? here. Lumber and beeswax. There's like no eco here. Oh my god. We forgot to do all the things. But now, see, when we have it all automated, we literally get, like, nothing here. And now we just have to wait a couple months. Like, the automated just can't do, like, handle it. We get much better. Are you colonizing? We are. It's called noble taxing honey. Yeah. Yep. Look it up. Alright, we could colonize over here though. I think. Yeah. We will start a new world colony. But we've been colonizing up here. Munde Fool, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Look at a map of Sweden during its peak empire. Yeah, but like, it's all... It's like... Canada, man. Where like, everything like, north of like, here is... Like, not... Doesn't count. I'm gonna have like an aneurysm over, like... Also, it's not visually very clear when these guys are in Stockholm port. These guys are in Stockholm port and they're not... Or they're not in Stockholm port. I guess it is clear if we like zoom in and we see the boats, but... It's otherwise not that visually clear. Alright. This is actually just my job now, is microing boats. How's this season? See, this is not yet achieved. My blood pressure, please make it stop. But actually, please make it stop. That'll be a good port. Yeah, maybe it's just a matter of maxing out the coastal forts. Maybe chat's right. Don't do it because it's right, do it because it's easy. I think there was a couple of these that we could give out. We could give out the maritime presence plus 5%. It's kind of efficient for satisfaction. We can also a ruler in charge of. We can put our ruler in charge of an army. I'm just like traumatized by how many times we've had to click to roll up this guy. But putting ruler in charge of army makes a lot of sense. Because we're currently still underneath. He's gonna die like the second we put him in the army. I just know it. But getting this above 19% is gonna be important. We'll just try to make sure we have crown power character, or we'll just make sure we have guys that are gonna have the trait. Alright, let's annex some people. They haven't really sweeted people up yet. Forced culture. We're not planning on annexing the Papal States, so they don't really matter. The Lithuanians shall become Swedes. So it was written, so it shall be. Amen. Alright, what do we build here? Well, I guess first things first is the library. Oh, we forgot to build the counting houses. That's not good. Just in general. Yikes. It's awkward. Then we'll do it here. It's very awkward. Do it because the chat says so. Maritime presence modifiers go hard with coastal forts. That makes sense. Oh, guys! It's time to put all these guys away again. I think we have more bridges we can build too. AI doesn't build the bridges. Or pound locks. I don't think they will. Definitely want one in Riga. The other places it won't be useful yet. We should have some settlements we can build from places we're colonizing. And then take a look. Fair enough. Not majority Swedish yet. Still have some conversion to do. So let's get after the guys that are stopping us from forming Scandinavia. Although I guess, do people want us to form Great Britain instead? We could do Great Britain instead. Yeah, maybe we just go coastal forts and suffer through this. Alright, chat has convinced me. They want to see the pain. Chat's like Saruman and Lord of the Rings. They're like, so you have elected the way of pain! And for Portugal, they hated how colonization and colonial buildings and market access works on Azores and Madeira. And that owning land in India or Africa was useless. Yeah, I mean, like, the system needs to get reworked for, like, settler colonization versus, like, trade colonization, having distinctions. What's your opinion on the matter? There should be distinctions between, like, some of these things. Would be, like, my main thought. We do have a governor. Why can we put it in Lubeck? Bro, what is this? What? We don't have a road there. Huh? That's just bugged. We don't have a road connection to there. Alright, where we have the most pops is where we're gonna have the most scaling. Pop promotions, and so that's gonna be where we're gonna have the most nobles, and where we have the most nobles is where we kind of want this modifier the most, basically. There we go. So crown power should be combined with, yeah, up to from 19 to 24 is a big difference. That's a big come up. What's this about, bro? You need to handle your shit. So they'll handle it for us. I don't really care if the religious efforts stall, considering how quickly we convert everything to Norse. Let's do that. Paved road. Not all that useful. But what we will do is we'll take a look at the location wealth map mode. Actually, I'm gonna let the AI handle the Burgers Estate should build it to the really high wealth places. We're still trying to build a road around here for dev and this type of stuff. Like this long ass road. So we'll keep on with that. Because there's some really nasty modifiers overall up there. And it does make it bad for that. Alright, let's do that. God, slave rating's so strong. Like, normally, like, it's an enormous pain point for Sweden. These will also have burger promotions, which will be nice. Like, these guys were at 40%. I guess they're still pretty powerful. We haven't gotten all these counting houses in yet, though. 6 light fleets for markets. Thank you for saying markets. Now we remember that we have to put these guys back out. Oh no, we moved them out during the winter, not like this. Yeah, I don't know. This is just like... And then it matters which port they're in, because some of the ports, the protected port isn't good enough. Like, dude. Like, here, it's in the port, but the protected harbor's not good enough. Oh, just kidding. There is no protected harbor. Fair. Fair, fair, fair. In the north, the protected harbor is not good enough, which... Okay, maybe that's okay. But it is, like, obnoxious. I think we wait till after February. Yeah, the, like, are we attritioning minigame? Just can you imagine playing this all game in, like, a big run? It's the worst minigame ever. Excuse me. Oh, they're frozen in the ice. Playing the minigame all wrong. They're frozen in the ice, chat. They're going nowhere. Someone asked these boats where they're going. And they're going fucking nowhere. Where are you going? Nowhere. Alright. I don't think anyone's gonna get that reference. Alright, that's not our revolt, that's these other guys, so... Or a Shek or whatever. Yeah. Someone asked this guy where he's going. Someone inquire as to where this gentleman appears to be going. How close are we? Do you have an opinion on Scandinavia versus Great Britain? We could also form Great Britain and then leave and stop doing the ports. Are you gonna play multiplayer? I think that we're gonna do multiplayer again when the patch actually drops. You get the feeling journalists would rather be playing Dominion 6 sometimes. Right now, yeah, probably. I don't know, like, this is, this is, like, clearly just a tedious thing. That's, I like making decisions, right? This is not like, there's no decision that's being made. You know what I mean? There's no dynamic that's decision-oriented here. Right? It's like, it's not like, interesting, like, micro, like, oh, you know, you could sacrifice a fleet for some of this thing, and, like, it's just like, oh, the fleet's getting low, gotta move it back now. Type of thing. And just like, as a play pattern, it's no good. Oh, we have no money. Oh my god, if we get something that's useful for building, I'm gonna freak out. No, we didn't. Alright. It's probably the best one, unless we wanted to push defensive, which we kinda do. I think we'll just sponsor Clerical Cabinet for the stab decay efficiency and also improving our cabinet number. Nobility of the Robe. Let's not. Alright. Well, we don't have to pass this. And I would like the additional taxes, please. Thank you. Oh, we underminted. Damn it. See, like, floating it exactly at 1% is the difficult part. So hopefully that'll get us there by next parliament, right? So how many months? It's 60 months. So that'll get us to like 2% by next parliament. Yeah, that's okay. That'll work. And we have a city. Perfect. Because we would like to also just have free stat. That's great too. And with a city comes, of course, the pound lock canal, the infrastructure of the pounding, the locking, and most importantly, the canaling. Thought that it employed burghers. I guess not. Laborers. First you pop it, then you lock it, and then you pound lock canal it. Everyone remembers. I don't even actually, I don't remember the artist who made that. I was gonna make a joke, everyone remembers the great artist talking about pop, lock, and a drop in that canal. It does kind of look like you've already filled out the requirements for Scandi, so Great Britain Danelaw sounds good. Yeah, I think that they're mutually exclusive here. Tier 3 and Tier 3, so we can't do both. Monthly literacy is very nice. Get another cabinet seat here. I think we want to just dev even more, to be honest. Here might be okay. This is just 12 locations versus 5, yeah. I think we're gonna prefer this guy because it's close, and we're applying additional power to the smallest base power group, which is the peasants. Or additional, like, flat power or whatever. Oh no, our prestige! Chat, what will we do without our prestige? I was getting real high up in here. What happened here? Wait, what? Why is that so low? Did it not have a road for forever, or? Speaking of. Just kidding. I looked into a mod to automate the ships, but I couldn't make it move around. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that for the stream tomorrow, we are going to install a mod that just makes it so that there is none of it. That we just don't have to deal with it. Will you go Colonial? We already have. Because, like, I don't know. I'm, like, shuffling around the fleets and checking all the fleets all the time is, like, miserable. And, like, it's either this or you, like, have terrible, like, maritime presence. Like, because it was way worse before we started managing it ourselves. Like, and it wasn't like, oh, haha, it's worse. It was like, oh my god, what have you done to her? Like, type of worse. You monster. Oh no. Maybe we should bailiff up over here. Maybe fur is worth bailiffing. Bailiff, I also need to figure out if that's multiplicative or additive. I think it's additive, but I'm so not confident in this. I've had the argument with people, but just observation, it looks additive. Were you making paved roads instead of the gravel roads? Oh, you're right. That's why it was expensive. We don't want paved roads up here. We just want gravel roads. Yeah. No, you're right. It's like, wow, that's so expensive. I'm surprised that the burgers haven't built any roads yet. So we might have to build this one. Let's start with this segment. They also decide like relatively infrequently how they're gonna spend, and then like queue it up internally. So the game's not thinking about it all the time, so... This guy's getting old, though. We need to work on our stable. In addition to, of course, monitoring all the boats. Legally blonde. Go full feral and form Europa. I mean, I guess we could do that either way. The reference was not legally blonde. That was a response to that question. I'm not even sure if I remember the name of the movie, I just know the movie. It has William Dafoe in it. There's DeFriend, and then there's Dafoe. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're still annexing Scania, so we have quite a bit of annexing to do. I think we had started annexing this guy, but we'll complete it during the thing. Now our leader's like leading, so you know, consequences. Oh, it's winter. I don't know, maybe this is a fun minigame. We have a new strategy chat. We're gonna gaslight ourselves. We do like watching the maritime presence come up though, to be honest. Now see all the proximity we're getting in the north? Very nice. How we drew it up. And then this is another location that gets passed through. So we're gonna build that up for Padlock Canal. The things are coming to a head. Does Padlock Canal finish here? Yeah, so we could show just like how useful this is, right? Padlock Canal. So proximity speeds plus 48%. So that means 1 over 1.5, we're paying like 2/3 the cost that would otherwise be paid for the gravel road. But actually, this segment's important enough. let's do this. Because so much proximity flows through this particular segment that just building the road's gonna help out a lot. Boondock Saints? Yeah, exactly, it was Boondock Saints. It was like the detective guy, he's like, look at this guy is going nowhere. And it's like a guy who's just like dead on the ground, and he like bends over, he like leans over to the guy, he's like, where are you going? Nowhere! Guy's fucking going nowhere. And when I played League of Legends, the deep generalist lore here, when I played League of Legends, what I used to do when I would Skarner ult people, because I played like seasons like 2 to 6 before Skarner ult got back when it was good. I just like every time like in comms I'd be like, where are you going? Nowhere. Nowhere. Like tell like the one girl who like played with us is like, hey, type in chat and ask this dude where he's going. Alright. Bailiff will be not completed. I was gonna say it's gonna be nice, but it's not. I don't know if we should be negatively affected by Great Pestilence, honestly. That just seems like a weird thing. Tolerance of True Faith. Tolerance of True Faith, we're super on board with. Let's go. Oh, we don't want progression towards Traditionalists, though. Yeah. Can we push Communalism the rest of the way here? No, that'd be about to where we already have, yeah. I'm just gonna raise the levies over here. Why did you upgrade the road on top of the river? Oh, you're right. No, there's no road. There's no road. Oh, you mean up here? Yeah, you're right. That's just punty. That was my bad. Unless you're talking about up here. Here we're building a road. It's for the development bonus. But we did that over here, right? Yeah, honestly, I have like 1,500 hours played where, like, it makes sense to build it. For, like, a bridge. No, even then it doesn't make sense. No, you're right. We built here, it doesn't make sense. So let's actually cancel it. Because that upgrade doesn't make sense. Also, that's why the AI is not upgrading it. But this segment, that's a gravel road, or, yeah, that's a segment that's not using the river. So we, in theory, want to do this. And that. I found out a funny idea. It's dev stack and start as Hanuit and then form Saxony. Right there's 4 plus 0.001 monthly dev. You can still form tier 3 and 4. Kurdistan's tier 2, I think. I think we put the coastal fort in the queue, yeah. God, it feels so bad, dude. Having to do this ish. we have to come down because it has the very severe winter, not just the regular winter. Yeah, I don't know. Feels really awful. To like, you're in the middle of a war and you're just like, well, it's time to micro this nonsense. We're winning this, right? That's our color. I wonder what we want to take off of them other than... I guess transferring all the subjects. Transfer the voting order. Wait, is this the subject of the Limvodian order? Teutons. This is a vassal of Limvodia, but the other one's Teutons, so... Ah, but we need the capital. Alright, fair, fair, fair. No, like you said, it's fun actually. Yeah, no, maybe you're onto something. Maybe you're right. Maybe I just wasn't looking at it the right way. Maybe we do want to, every 6 months, need to shuffle our fleets around. In a way that's entirely formulaic. Maybe this was the real answer all along. Maybe the real friend is the fleets we shuffled along the way. You know what I mean? We have some combat modifiers though, eh? I'm not sure if we have way more regulars than him, but let's take a look. We have 25 discipline. Or they have 25 discipline, sorry, they have better... Why are we clapping them? I guess we have regulars and they don't. They're just getting shit on morale-wise. The cities will also just give a massive amount of possible burghers. I think the possible nobles, like, proportionally relative to urbanizing town, it gives less, but I think this is more political power. 50 versus 1,000. I think they're more than 20x. Yeah, so each gives 2. Oh, they're not. So yeah, okay, that is good for us then. In terms of pulling power away from the nobles, because we don't mind nobles getting the tax, we mind them being powerful, because if they're powerful, we can't tax them as much. Ugh. We have manpower, so we're just gonna come back and recruit up the manpower. This is not getting very much cheaper, so we're gonna go with it. Grab the research speed effectively. Wait, what? What happened there? We clipped through them. Real gamer move. Pops are here. Oh, that's gonna be fat for us. That's gonna be so fat. We're gonna get a lot of pops from that. 73,000 in Stockholm. What are we doing? We should be stacking at least one other industry. I think that our province is just not a very good province for industry. Yeah, it's not. But we can do paper alright. To be fair, just 2 is kind of good for us, but we do have wood, so we can do like paper. Let's just do it. Ooh, they are doing things to us. They be doing things to us. I think we have, yeah, it's like halfway done. Let's see, I think we did a poll. You guys prefer forming Scandi? Yeah. Does the Norse religion have slave raiding? It does. This is the main idea. Yeah, I think I just like, the system just uber sucks to play through. And like, right now just feel hyper obligated to play it. Is this a bunch of galleys? God, it's all galleys, what the hell? Just kidding, didn't mean it. I mean, I suppose that makes sense. It also makes sense, Mince. No, but we missed our timing. Like, we shouldn't be recovering them up in June, right? We should be recovering them in the winter. It's new that it's this annoying though, right? I think it's new that it's this annoying. We really want to city the pound lock locations. They do have slave centers, so they are pulling slaves, but the slaves are redistributing pretty quick. Jesus. We're gonna build a cathedral in a couple spots. Just want to pull more pops here, because that's going to be like the end through area of the Poundlock Canal. You can install the no winter nutrition attrition. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that for next session. I think that we've maybe suffered enough. I think that no one should have to go through such hardships, to be honest. I think that this is a moral travesty. That such hardships should be Lithuania Minor, Lower Prussia. This is really part of Lithuania Minor? That's such a weird shaped province, man. Okay. Why is it so much antag, dude? I didn't mean to clear it all. I mean, okay, that makes sense. Do we not have the fort? Alright, we have the fort. I think this is what we go for. We just install ourselves in the Baltics. Oh, we do. They do not need our help. So I guess we're just gonna keep everyone in ports. Even though they're not damaged. Or some of them aren't damaged. Winter's about to hit. Nah, that's fine. I guess, so like, something that I think is like a video game consideration just in a general sense is like, oh, how much attention do you want the player to be spending on what thing? I think this is like an important question that I feel when you look at design choices occasionally, like, I'm not saying for this in regards to, well, for this, it's like, the question is what do you want the player to be paying attention to, right? And if the answer is not microing the fleet like that, then like, it's still like, it's relevant for a simulation perspective, so I have mixed feelings on it. But I absolutely do not enjoy microing it. I think we're gonna go for Halbs. Halbs and Falconet, probably. The thing is if the war is tough, we just merc up, so maybe we just don't need to focus on that right now. I think I'd rather get building cost discounts and trade capacity. Yeah, let's just do this. I always click on this one first. I don't know why. It's just like strictly wares. I think. Maybe it affects estate behavior in a way that's something you'd want to consider. Yeah, it's so much better than when we were letting the AI handle it. Like, the AI just straight up couldn't do it for the naval proximity. Mistakes were made, maybe. That'd be embarrassing to lose this war. Didn't even really check the war goal that well. I think we go Mercenary Army. We were saving it for when we, like, actually needed it, but honestly I'm just gonna forget, so we're just gonna do it now. Because we kind of would maybe want to keep pushing communalism open. Have you seen the EU5 searchable database? I've not seen it, but I've heard about it. Having some good culture groups to swap around for good advances. I think we're tier 2. I don't know if we're the same tier as Denmark. If we're not the same tier as Denmark, us actually flipping Danish would make a ton of sense. Does anyone know? Although flipping everyone Swedish maybe doesn't make a whole lot of sense if that was the plan. So didn't think it out if that's the case. But is Denmark the same tier as us? I know Denmark is a formable. Alright, gonna wait for January to be over and then we're gonna bring the fleets out. I guess we're supposed to wait for February to be over. God, it's so stupid. But no winter for him. What? What am I missing? Why is this guy not attritioning? Is winter not going on there? They just have sometimes severe winter? No. It's not quite it. We do need cannons, though, at the very least. Although we could maybe just pray for Pope Man to buy some cannons for us. Oh, their Victoria 3 soundtrack brought you? Really? You think that migration attraction minus having unemployed peasants is a good answer for 400k cities? Well, if you overbuild past this limit, it decreases migration attraction. I don't know if it's a complete solution, but it's part of it. And granaries too? Granaries effectively give flat pop growth, so they're really valuable in really low pop areas. Because the flat pop growth will subsequently get affected by any percentage pop growth you have. Right? Don't attach to this guy, but this guy, yeah, sure. Right, dead of not winter. Dead of summer, it's time to come out. To be fair, we don't actually need to bring the boats that far north, so maybe this is on me. To some extent. Oh no, we're blaming ourselves now. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You didn't know. You were just a kid. You didn't know that the micro wasn't your fault. Bro fell down the stairs. Fell out a window. Had some wrong-headedness about some people. Know what I mean? Picking up what I'm putting down. We'll take a look if we have a better air option. This guy was pretty solid, if I recall. We, of course, are only putting someone in as air if they have the trait we're looking for. And that's him, the successor. Yeah, so we don't... this guy's pretty good too. That gives you 0.02 dev. So in terms of our dev... Alright. Oh, I hate that this building uses tar so much. Gonna do it so that we're not gonna go crazy, except we are. Just gives the local maritime presence. Locks privateer raids, creates a huge amount of demand. Actually, you know, we don't really mind the demand for guns and cannons that much. And the tar's not the biggest deal, because we have like unlimited wood, so maybe this is actually just a 5-head. Okay, we don't have a place that's committed to producing the tar yet. So, I thought tar was rural only. I guess maybe that's the other one. Okay. We'll set this one to auto-expand. That way, some benefit from economies of scale. They do have the... Yeah, they do. Of course, they have lumber in them. Super juicy... And cap, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Norse scale works really well too. You do not have consume as much as Norwegian or Swedish culture. Norse Gale don't eat books or clothes at all? Wow. You're the same tier as Denmark? Okay. Norse Gale? Yeah, no, I think I understand what you're getting at. I don't know where they are exactly. Was that a religion? But yeah, if they consume less, we're not interested. If you swap to something like Netherlandish, you would get their advances. Oh, swapping just for flip to the advances. I think that, I mean, I guess we could do that. Do farming fishing villages make enough food to make spamming worth it? Farming ones, yes. Fishing ones, no. Farming ones gives you percentage modifier. So the idea is you stack farming villages, right? Which give you a percentage modifier. They also give you flat food at a pretty good amount of it. And you stack this with irrigation, another percentage modifier, and just having a high-level RGO. And it makes it so you get a lot of food. So you make breadbasket locations, and so we have a few of those where we have this on auto-expand. The issue here is that we don't have anywhere near enough pops to support that, but okay. Support all those levels of the things. Where the hell's Rupert? We for sure do not want to peace out right now, though. Right before we get all these slaves. Nuh-uh. Like, this is the mother load. Make the pain stop. Make the pain go away. These might help out a bit. I mean, in theory, Coastal Fort might be more worth the maintenance than the boats. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. Should we get some devotion, chat? Alright. Good thing the slaves came here. That way we can urbanize it to a city. Yay! Got a bunch of things queued up there. Yeah, these urban zones are starting to become worth more. So our crown power like 23. And the literacy? Pretty solid. We're trying to get more pops here. I guess there's kind of a bit down here. I don't know why we're going for the war goal though. I think we want to start new annexations, so I think we're gonna just take this and run. Livonian, not for long. I love the Pope converted everyone's culture. Did I catch the man live? You did. Love your YouTube videos. Thank you, thank you. Would it be better to, on a future Poundlock, wouldn't it be better to, wouldn't Tar be better on a future Poundlock city to attract pops? I don't think the Tar is really gonna pull pops. You're saying that per level is causing more employment? Type of argument. In general, I think I kind of want it. I mean, I was just trying to get it down in a location where we already had tar production. That seemed like it made some sense. I forgot where I even put it, though. I think in principle, the rural locations are a little bit better. But like the rural locations are so squeezed for building levels, so it's like kind of weird. But we didn't do it in a rural place. Where did we? I don't know. I don't remember where I put it. Oh, it was in here. So we're not gonna have much bonuses other than the livestock and the lumber. But will it pull slightly more pops? Yeah. Yeah. So we specifically don't want to build it in a place that has really good inputs, I think is one of the considerations. But like there's not that good inputs here, but we already have a few industries already kicking up here. Like, in theory, you want the tar where you have higher market access and lower control as well, just as a, like, heuristic, because it's not something you care as much about trying to acquire value from as much as you just care about it from an input perspective. Alright. Make the blood pressure go away, chat. I know what you're thinking, generalists. I don't think you know what you're talking about as the blood pressure goes away. No, I mean, make the blood pressure go away, chat. Make it go away. Alright, We're gonna continue this road a little bit. We also finished a colony, I think. This colony is almost done. Boats are much better, but I have not run the numbers with the winter BS. Yeah. Well, but like, no, you pay 100% maintenance on boats. It's also gonna matter what the modifier is, actually, too. It's a cross-section of how efficient boats are to how efficient the thing is, to you paying 100% maintenance on boats normally, but we have minus 10% maintenance. And you only paying generally around 80% on the building maintenance, but it's like affected by crown power, so it's not 80%, it's just like roughly. So here it's 22.5% or something like this. What are your recent thoughts on serfdom versus free subjects? Serfdom's probably better now, but you probably have to do the curtail the nobles now kind of thing. But question is, how do you do serfdom? How do you lock it in? I think it's more interesting. I think it's better. I think that the community feels like they have whiplash, though. Like, because so the most identifying thing about serfdom is gone from release, which was the peasant max tax. And the most identifying feature of free subjects, like the most important thing, is also gone, which is the prosperity. I think how prosperity is gained, like, this probably should be re-examined, but that's like an entire rework. But like, now vanilla, you can't cap prosperity even if you go for everything, so you need to have special modifiers from something to cap prosperity, because we even have, like, we have hella high satisfaction. It doesn't matter. We're not capping prosperity, so is it necessarily an issue? Probably not. I don't know. Who's gonna turn that into a breadbasket? Roll don't get the efficiency modifier? Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do then. The lack of the deletion of the efficiency modifier does make you just want to urbanize everything a little bit more. maybe you actually just do want to urbanize everything now. Also, getting rid of the food malice. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. Like, where you would get a big malice. I really kind of the most... the distinction between urban and rural, for me, that was like one of the biggest reasons to keep something rural was to make it a breadbasket location, and now, okay, you get less flat, but... yeah. Oh no. We're looking for like another guy with the same trait. Everyone knows that as a theocracy, we live by the boat, we die by the boat, okay? We are men of the boat. Who carries it? We carry it. And so we will put him in charge of the Navy. Just kidding. And since he's the only guy who is an admiral right now, he will be our heir. So I'm just gonna switch off of oh no, he's not the only admiral. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah. So he's our new heir. But we have been intentionally doing this to make sure that we have an architectural visionary at all times, which is roughly 1/3 of the development we have is coming from that. Not there because we are using the thing, but here we're getting flat, a little like under 0.6, and 0.002 of it is architectural visionary. Which is why we have such high dev on Sweden at this phase of the game. If you only have one coast adjacent to the sea zone, surely coastal 4 is more efficient. The contribution is divided by the number of adjacent coastal tiles, but the fort's upkeep is always the same. But the number of locations affects how much boats you need too. Don't coastal forts reduce decay by setting an equilibrium higher so you can combine the two? Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a math thing. I really hate that it's not 100's not blue anymore. That also drives me crazy. It should be blue. It's like so much more visually clear if it's blue. I also have no idea who was complaining about that, to be honest. Is this like faint striping? Does that mean it's at 100? No, because this has the striping. Maybe they thought not being able to build villages. That's fair. You still care about it from the perspective of being able to build the village or not. I don't know. The scaling of on the food stuff's also funky, where like it's basically food is like if your average location pop is like under 10,000, you don't really care that much about food, and if it's over like 50,000, you don't care that much about food. And it's just like the band in which most of Europe is most of the time is one in which you care about it. But if you like play in Asia, like you don't care about food like at all, and you just like urbanize everything. Because you proportionally just start to have way higher peasants because you have less flat pop promotions, or pop promotions are proportionately like much smaller in the higher tier ones, and the peasants like net produce food, so they significantly decrease your need for this type of thing. Just finished Scotland, where you went architectural visionary plus the 0.002 dev from tribesmen was basically gaining 2 dev a year. Yeah. Or 1 dev a year. You know the dev province cabinet action used to be like 5 times as strong? You used to get like 0.25 before release. The version I played back in April, dev province gave 0.25 or like 0.2 like 1 or 0.22 or something like this. And then on top of that, development used to give 1 proximity cost reduction. So if you had 100 dev, you would always have minus 100% proximity cost reduction. Dev province was just like so clearly and far and away the most powerful cabinet action. And now it's just like kind of medium, but like it was so strong back in April. And then it's like 5% as good as it is now. I guess now I didn't have a full appreciation for just how much it was affecting consumption and driving up demand back then, and that's still something it's doing, but yeah, this feels so bad. Coasts give presents only to the one naval tile, not the area they are adjacent to. Oh, so they're trash then. And how much they give is divided by the number of coast locations adjacent to that tile? Oh, I don't think they're very good then. Because you want to bring everything up to 100 anyway. Unless they decrease the cost somehow for bringing everything up. Maybe they do. But if they're just decreasing it for one tile, they suck. I got you baited. Not like this. What's the maintenance on the coastal forts? Two ducats? No! No! Right, we're gonna let this finish and then I think we're gonna call it. We just want to get down the Panama Canal there. Because otherwise I'm gonna forget by next session. And we get a new subject here. Our first colony. Into the New World we go. Oh, I'm blanking out. I forgot what I wanted to do. Yeah, there we go. I had forgotten what I wanted to do before we ended the session. I was like, this is exactly why I want to do this before we end the session. So this is going to be nice to get the prox cost reduction in some of the areas we're going through. Like, Kongala in total has 60% proximity. Still kind of hemorrhaging a lot. Every one of these segments, though, is a lot cheaper. With the maritime presence stuff. It would be even better if we were Denmark. Norway into Denmark being so much stronger. But okay, we're going to see who's playing on Twitch. Or if there's anyone else streaming the category, which it's a Saturday. Surely there is. Surely there is. Playmaker's back on EU5.
Switch
Maybe
to
we can throw him a
TurboTax.
raid. He was playing EU4. And then now he's back. We will link him to the YouTube as well, if they're interested. I think he cross-streams, so you could probably try and look him up on YouTube. Do you build bridges everywhere? Mostly. I don't know if... We added new roads in a couple places, so there should be a few more bridge spots. But in most places we did. But anyways, we will say goodbye to the YouTubers. Bye-bye, YouTubers. And then we will say goodbye to the Twitch people. Bye-bye, Twitch people. Take care.